Will please come to order. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Director Ferguson,
Present.
Director Fonz,
Present.
Director Herndon,
Present.
Director Jackson has asked to be excused this evening. Director O'Halloran,
Here.
Director Reza,
Here.
Director Seamson,
Present.
Director Vanoy,
Present.
and Chair Zomber.
Present.
That's 8 present. We have a quorum.
The chair will now ask the secretary to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair invites any members of the audience who wish to participate to do so and asks that those who do not wish to participate please remain silent during the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We acknowledge that Milwaukee lies on traditional Menominee, Potawatomi, and Ho-Chunk homeland along the southwest shores of Lake Michigan, part of North America's largest system of freshwater lakes. On this site, the Milwaukee, Menominee, and Kinnickinnic rivers meet, and the people of Wisconsin's Menominee, Ojibwe, Ho-Chunk, Oneida, and Mohican sovereign nations remain present to this day. At Milwaukee Public Schools, we proudly serve and uplift the brilliance, resilience, and potential of the Black children in our community. We recognize the historical and systemic challenges that impact their journeys, and we are committed to creating a nurturing and empowering environment that honors their identities, celebrates their culture, and provides equitable opportunities for success. The Milwaukee Board of Directors stands with our children, families, and community to build pathways for excellence, leadership, and lasting change. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la Junta Escolar de las Escuelas Públicas de Milwaukee. Si deseas escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor llame al número 312-626-6799. Otra vez el número es 312-626-6799. Introduzca el número de reunión 608-130-5362. Nuevamente, el número de reunión es 608-130-5362. Gracias.
This meeting is being conducted in person from the Central Services Building. This meeting is also being broadcast on WYMS Radio 88.9 FM and via the MPS YouTube stream. Links to the broadcast and to our agenda and attachments may be found on the Board of School Directors page of the MPS website under Upcoming Meetings. Before we move to our agenda, the chair will ask that we share in a moment of silence to commemorate the passing of the following members of the MPS community. Bodhi Santos Lindquist, an 8th grade student from Escuela View. Tishone Marion, a retired support staff at Bayview High School. Jory Anderson, a 12th grade student from Bradley Tech High School. Maria Ramirez, a retired support staff at Hamilton High School. Kimoni Talis, a 9th grade student from Nova High School. Patricia Lipsy, a retired paraprofessional from 81st Street School. Elaine McCarty, a retired teacher from Franklin School. Gerta Myers, a retired teacher from Lady Pitts. Patricia Orsko, a retired teacher from Clement Avenue. Humberto Panagua, a retired FMS carpenter. Eunice Reed, a retired paraprofessional from Browning. John Robinson, a retired FMS carpenter. Rhea Thornton, a retired building service helper from Vincent High School. The board also recognizes the passing of former 9th District Alderman Don Richards, who served on the Common Council from 1988 to 2004. Don was a lifelong advocate for fair trade, economic development, and public safety, and active in the open housing marches during the 1960s. If we could have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Each month, the Milwaukee Board of School Directors accepts the public's input both at the committee's meetings and through correspondence submitted to the Office of Board Governance. Just as a reminder, Robert's Rules of Order dictates that all comments, questions, and requests should be directed to the chair of the committee who will determine the most efficient way to address them. The board appreciates and encourages stakeholder input and assumes that members of the public will participate in a civil manner. Conduct that prevents the good order of the meeting will not be tolerated. Anyone who engages in behavior that persistently disrupts the meeting may be removed from the meeting. Anyone ejected from the meeting may continue to listen to the meeting or access the agenda items online. However, the individual will not be allowed to rejoin the meeting. No one other than members of the board, designated staff, and those who have been invited to present or participate in items of business will be allowed on stage before, during, or after meetings of the board and its committees. As this is the regular monthly meeting of the board, however, in accordance with board rules, the board will not be accepting comment at tonight's meeting except for item 2, also noted as item B under new business. If you wish to speak, please fill out a speaker slip and bring it to the board clerk. When you are called upon to speak, please state your name, spell your last name, and give your comments. Virtual speakers should please remain on the platform until you are called upon. Now let's begin. Actually, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to change the order of the agenda. I would like to move to consider item 2 until after awards and commendations. Item 2 is also listed as item B of new business first. This is the only item we're accepting comment on. I would like to extend the courtesy to members of the public who wish to speak. May I have a second? Seconded by Director O'Halloran.
Second.
Okay, if there's no discussion, the secretary will please call the roll.
On Chair Zomber's motion to consider item 2, also listed as item B of new business after the awards and commendations, Director Ferguson,
Aye.
Director Fons,
Aye.
Director Herndon,
Aye.
Director O'Halloran,
Aye.
Director Reza,
Aye.
Director Simpson,
Aye.
Director Benoit,
Aye.
and Chair Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Okay, Madam Secretary, let's return to our order of business. What is the first item?
Madam President, the first item is the awards and commendations. We have 2 recognitions tonight. The first is action on the adoption of a resolution honoring the life and service of former MPS Board Director and Board President Mark Anthony Sane. This resolution was sponsored by Director Jackson.
Madam Secretary, would you please read the resolution into the record?
Whereas Mark Anthony Sane was a proud graduate of Milwaukee Public Schools, beginning his education in the 53206 community and graduating from Washington High School in 1977. And whereas Mark Sane had a distinguished 28-year career with the Milwaukee Fire Department, culminating in his appointment as Assistant Fire Chief. And whereas continuing his service to the public, Mark Sane was elected to represent District 1 on the Milwaukee Board of School Directors in 2011. And whereas Mark Sane served 2 four-year terms on the board, including 3 years as board president, providing steady leadership during times of critical decision-making and governance of the district. And whereas during his tenure, Mark Sane advanced opportunities for students with special needs, strengthened career and technical education pathways, and supported partnerships that connected students to real-world learning experiences. And whereas Mark Sane played a key role in the founding of Green Tree Preparatory Academy and later continued his support as vice chair and chair of its governing board through 2025. And whereas beyond his service to MPS, Mark Sane contributed to Milwaukee's broader educational landscape through long-standing service on the Milwaukee Public Library Board of Trustees, including as board president from 2022 to 2025, where he supported branch redevelopment, community access, and literacy initiatives. And whereas Mr. Sane was known for his integrity, collaborative leadership, and enduring belief in equitable access to high-quality education for all students. And whereas on November 2nd, 2025, Mark Anthony Sane was called to eternal rest, leaving a legacy of leadership and service that continues to benefit Milwaukee's students and families. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Milwaukee Board of School Directors honors the life and service of Mark Anthony Sane and affirms that the legacy of Mark Anthony Sane will continue to inspire and guide the work of the district. And be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to the Sane family in recognition of his lasting contributions to Milwaukee Public Schools. And be it further resolved that this resolution be spread upon the permanent record of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
Thank you. Do any board members wish to make comments?
And we have Charlotte Sane, Mark Sane's wife, is here with us today as well.
Thank you.
His son. Yeah.
We'll make a motion to adopt the resolution first, and then we'll go through the presentation of the proclamation. Director Ferguson?
You want me to make the motion?
Sure. You can make the motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution as read by our secretary.
Do we have a second? Okay, seconded by Director Reza. If there's no further discussion, the secretary will please call the roll.
On Director Ferguson's motion to adopt the resolution honoring the life and service of Mark Anthony Sane as presented, Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fons.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Reza.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Vinoy.
Aye.
And Chair Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you. Director Ferguson?
Sure, I'd,
Absolutely. You can, yeah, you can come over here and use this mic. Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
this one's fine.
You know, Mark was my best friend, and he loved all of the kids in MPS, and he loved working with all of you. Now, I don't know how many people came in contact with Mark, and I'm sure that a lot of you miss him. And I know that, when there's times you have questions and that type of thing, and you say to yourself, I wonder what Mark would do. I wonder what Director Sane would do. And he lives in all of us, and the only thing you remember is that he just did the right thing. And he instilled that in the kids that he talked to, and I'm sure he did that for all of you too, and he did that for me my whole life. Thank you, and I'm grateful for having him being my friend, and I'm thankful for all of you, and I'm thankful for his life. And we'll just carry on.
And then, Charlotte, if you want to come over here, Director Ferguson's going to present you with the plaque and the flower. And we'll all go in the middle and we'll do some pictures. Okay, to our listening audience at home, thanks for your patience as we presented the resolution to Mark Sane's family, and Director Ferguson has a few remarks he'd like to make.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. First of all, Charlotte, you know I love you. I love Director Sane. He was one of the people who encouraged me to run for school board in the first place. I admired him as a man of faith, a man of integrity. His word was his bond. He was just that kind of person that you could look up to. You could always find him doing the right thing. Very passionate about kids and what was best for children. And as a young man, I came to know Director Sane through his service. And then, of course, Charlotte, I came to know you through your service as well. You guys are a dynamic duo. And just growing as a young man, I've always appreciated the ability to just pick up the phone and give him a call and tell him some things that I was thinking about, solicit his feedback and his advice, and he was always there. So he was the gold standard, I think, for public service in terms of being true to his personal convictions, integral, just a great all-around good man. And I appreciate you for sharing him, not just with Milwaukee Public Schools, but with the city at large. So thank you so much. And he is someone who will be remembered well beyond his time living. His legacy will live on forever. So thank you for sharing him with all of us.
Director Herndon?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's only fitting that I would make some remarks at this time, as Mark and I go back a long ways. When he was on the board, we did all sorts of things together in lieu of making things better for the students and the staff therein. So it was only fitting that when he retired, I was his neighborhood nemesis, okay, because I lived in his district and we communicated all the time. And even most recently, before his passing, he stated that during those years before I ever thought about being on the board, he says I would be on one arm and my girlfriend, which they called my partner in crime, would be on the other arm, giving him grief about some issue that was going on, North Division, it didn't matter. He was very instrumental in getting Morris School moved into the Burroughs Building. And that was a project that he and I worked on during many of those years that he was on the board and he was board president. So we have a long history, and it was only fitting that when he chose to relinquish his seat, then it was me, so he could be my constituent at that point. And so we always played these games like that. So it's nice to meet you. I never met you. You probably heard about Miss Marva, though, over the years. But we had a lot of fun as we worked for the betterment of Milwaukee Public Schools. And I will miss him. I will definitely miss him, because now he was giving me grief as I was on the board and everything. But he would call and say, how are you doing? You need anything? Call me, let me know. So he will sorely be missed in District 1. And yes, Green Tree will miss him as well. That was the more recent project that we were going to work on. So thank you very much for coming, and thanks for lending him to us all those years.
Thank you. So yeah, I just want to thank the family for coming, and I didn't know Mark Sane very well. I remember a lot of meetings, coming to some meetings where he was. I think really admire his work on the Fire Commission, and just my deepest condolences to the family. Thank you for sharing them with us. Thank you. Okay. All right. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam President, the next recognition is recognition of the 50th anniversary of the election of Leon W. Todd Jr. to the Milwaukee Board of School Directors. This proclamation was initiated by Director Herndon. This item does not require action.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please read the proclamation. And I believe Todd's family is here. Oh, you're gonna, okay. All right. I'm sorry, Director Herndon is gonna read the proclamation. We'll let everyone get settled. Excellent, okay.
Thank you very much. Over the years, our paths crossed as well. But tonight is your night. We want to honor the 50th anniversary of the election of Leon W. Todd Jr. to the Milwaukee Board of School Directors. Whereas November 11th, 2025 marked 50 years since Leon W. Todd Jr. was first elected to the Milwaukee Board of School Directors, and whereas in 1975, Leon W. Todd Jr. made history as the first African-American elected to the at-large board seat under the district-based electoral system. And whereas Leon W. Todd Jr. served during a pivotal era of desegregation and federal court orders demonstrating leadership, courage, and a steadfast commitment to equitable education for all students. And whereas Leon W. Todd Jr. played a significant role in the development of MPS's nationally recognized language immersion programs, including the creation of the Milwaukee German Immersion School, which helped establish the district's successful immersion pathway. And whereas Leon W. Todd Jr. continued his service to the board in the 1990s, offering experience, historical knowledge, and a consistent focus on educational access and opportunity. And whereas the legacy of Leon W. Todd Jr. continues through the generations of students impacted by his work, and as well through his family members who are proud MPS graduates and students. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that Director Marva Herndon, in her role as District 1 representative of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors, honors Leon W. Todd Jr. on the 50th anniversary of his historic election and expresses deep appreciation for his groundbreaking leadership and lasting contributions to Milwaukee Public Schools. And be it further proclaimed that this proclamation be presented to Mr. Todd and his family in recognition of his service, his vision, and his enduring impact on public education in Milwaukee. Introduced January 22nd, 2026.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Director Herndon, would you like to make any additional remarks, and then we'll take photos?
I'd just like to say that this is another gentleman that devoted so many years to our students and the survival of this district. And we're lucky to be walking in their shoes. And the hard work has never stopped, and we appreciate what you've done so much. Thank you.
I think we're going to try to get a photo. We're going to do one back here. So if board members, if you, and Dr. Caselius, if you could come around, we'll present the proclamation and some flowers. For our listening audience at home, we'll be right back. Just be patient with us.
I think families should get
I just want to thank Mr. Todd and his family for coming. As the at-large board member, I'd love to talk sometime and get to hear your stories. So I just appreciate you being here. Would you like to speak in the microphone too? Yeah, we can pull one down.
I appreciate and thank the board for first providing a picture of me with hair, real hair. I have a granddaughter who calls me Eggy because of the fact that she's used to Grandpa having no hair. Secondly, as far as the German immersion school is concerned, I want to say that when we started the German immersion school, it almost closed because the American Nazis came into this boardroom in uniform and told me how much less my brain weighed than the average white brain. And we were close to closing the school that was going to, that received the unfortunate title of a Nazi school. As such, this is what we were fighting at 2 and 3 a.m. in the morning when the American Nazis would march in here and line up and literally tell board members how we had made the wrong decision in following the judge's orders to desegregate the Milwaukee Public Schools. It was a horrific experience. I spent more time and evenings with audiences jammed like this out into the hallway again at 2 and 3 a.m. in the morning because we had a committee of 100 that was operating and for legitimate input and participation. We struggled and we created the French immersion school, put it in with the German immersion school defensively so that it became a language school so that we could no longer be called creating a Nazi school. These were the some difficult times for us. And when I was on the school board, of course, my house was firebombed. It was something that when you think you got it bad, folks, you don't know how bad it can be. Believe me, our compensation was $50 a month for no expenses, whatever. We came on for public service, and it was with public service in mind that we served a public during the days of desegregation. Speaking of, I read that article in the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. There's a lot that has changed. That article needs a second look, and things are really different than they were back there then. You can't tell anybody who has experienced then and now that there is no difference. I understand, nothing against the reporter. I understand she had to get a lot of quotes and line them up chronologically over the history of the times, but not to be able to distinguish why life is different, why achievement can be had if we keep up the good work and understand the population that we're working with. I want to thank you for this recognition. I have 4 children, all who went to the German Immersion School, all who graduated from college, all who have a secondary degree. They graduated from Riverside. I'm very proud of them, and I'm very proud of what the Milwaukee Public Schools did for my children. You just need a better reputation. And, you know, I'm willing to help with some of that. So,
Well, thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Todd, for your service and your commitment to Milwaukee Public Schools. We will definitely be in touch. Thank you. Okay, Madam Secretary, that was great. Madam Secretary, would you call the item, please?
All right. The next item is new business, item 2, also listed as item B, on an update with possible action on budget preparations. This item was noticed for possible action, but no action is recommended at this time.
Would the administration please present the item?
Madam Chair, members, what an incredible way to start this meeting with some giants who gave so much to Milwaukee Public Schools and to Milwaukee community and set such an incredible example for all of us. So grateful for that recognition during this time. Tonight, we are sharing information about the district's budget process and our preparation for the FY27 budget. This is an early update to provide context on where we are, how the process is unfolding, and what to expect in the months ahead. This will be a process over the next few months where we together share information in parts as we begin the process of listening to our staff, our community, our students, and our families. This evening, I am joined by Nick Sinram, Director of Budget, supported by Aicha Sava, Chief Financial Officer, who will walk us through our progress to date and outline the path forward. As always, we're going to be happy to answer any questions that you have following this presentation and eager to hear from the members of our audience as well. Thank you.
Presidents on board members, good evening. Nick Sinram, Budget Director. Thank you for the introduction, Superintendent. We are excited to start this conversation with you and with the public as we move into the FY26-27 budget planning and kickoff. On our agenda, we will first begin with the current state, restoring the control environment, a look at our future vision, budgeting for our priorities, and then finish with getting there and tightening our belts. We've all heard past 5-year forecasts that have shown the structural imbalance that have been projected for Milwaukee Public Schools, and especially in our school operations fund. The gap that the district faces in terms of our financial system, our financial situation, that is significant, and we need to budget to tighten our belts to close that gap while still focusing on our priorities. We know that the district's financial situation is challenging. We face declining birth rates, which means declining enrollment, as well as severe state limitations on our ability to raise revenues to support educational services. And at the same time, we continue to face increasing costs, including growing healthcare, utilities, and inflationary increases across all aspects of our spending and our services. While we all know that the 2024 referendum has helped to stabilize the situation, especially in the short term, It will not solve our long-term financial situation or change the anticipated five-year forecast. We still need to be moving forward and balancing our priorities within our budget while we continue to serve our students and focus on academic achievement, especially literacy, creating safe and welcoming schools in every classroom and every school for every student, and also pursuing efficient operations and savings so that we can reinvest in our students' education. Here you see a very familiar slide. This shows one of the challenges that the district faces in terms of our revenues not keeping pace with inflation. Along the bottom, you see a blue line showing the actual state aid provided to the district, to all districts, and the gray line showing where revenues would be had the state kept revenues in pace with inflation. And so essentially for folks at home, that means that as your budgets tighten with record inflation, we're experiencing the same situation. If the state had chosen to fund education at least in line with inflation, districts would receive approximately $3,000 more per student to support educational services. Many of our financial challenges identified in prior five-year forecasts continue to stress our financial situation. As mentioned, state-imposed revenue limits control our abilities to raise additional revenues. This year, in the most recent biannual budget, the state provided zero increase for shared equalization aid. So again, that's a zero increase. While revenue limits are going up modestly, there's no additional funding to support that. That means a greater burden on local property taxpayers. We continue to see demographic trends across the nation of fewer people having fewer children and having them later in life, which means fewer enrolled students in Milwaukee Public Schools. In addition, we are continuing to see historic inflation driving costs higher, as well as limited reimbursement for special education services that we provide. All at the same time, the district is expected and needs to provide critical social services to our families and our communities, including social workers, nurses, and nutritional services. As I mentioned earlier, the 2024 referendum was much appreciated, and residents continued to support our students and educational services that we provide. The increased funding allowed for a per-pupil increase in school allocations, meant that the district could invest in staff salaries. It provided for inflationary cost increases for things like supplies, equipment, and other purchase services, including transportation and utilities. Finally, of the things that I will mention briefly on this slide, the referendum also continued to support art, music, and physical education, identified as a priority by the board. At this point in the presentation, I'll turn the mic over to our CFO, Aisha Sawa.
Good evening, President Zombor and board members. Aisha Sawa, CFO. As you all know, last week we issued our financial statements on January 15th. In the last 13 months, we have finished 3 audited financial statements. So we finished 23 in December of 24. We finished FY24 in September of 25, so like just 5 months ago. And then we turned around and we finished the 25 audit last week. Our next, we will be resuming our federal and state grant compliance audit next week. This was a little delayed due to new federal audit requirements on the auditor's side, and the issuance of this audit will complete in the end of March, and this is delayed for like all entities that have a 6/30 year end. So we will be bringing all 4 audits and in April with our external auditors, Clifton Larson Allen, the 4 audits being our financials, the grant compliance audit, and then we have our 2 supplemental pension plans. and kind of lessons learned from our 24-25 audit and all 3 audits that we've published in the last year is that we really need to control our spending and monitor and improve our fund balances. So in the 25-26 year, the current year that we're in, we are monitoring and working towards better monthly reconciliations, improved reporting that we bring forward to the board and internally are looking so that we do not increase our gap or our fund balance. And then in our fall budget adjustment, so this past October, we have taken steps to control our budget and adjust our vacancy adjustment so that we can ensure fiscal prudence going forward for the rest of the year. And then our 26-27 budget will also include reductions to improve our fund balance from the past audit that we just issued. And then as we continue to look for controlling our spending and monitoring our spending this year, we have some options that we are looking into to continue that. So we have a soft hiring freeze, but this would be except for mission critical roles, including teachers. We would be reviewing any travel requests that we have and limiting overtime and being careful with those approvals, examining textbook adoptions, and then also using our partner to analyze transportation costs for savings, potential savings in the current year and for next year. And then we've also been looking at other various options for reviews and audits that can help control costs and in the future again. These ideas have been developed with our partners at the Council of Great City Schools, and they've been used by other school districts to also control their spending. Some of these audits are auditing all of our utilities, looking at employee insurance membership, and then lastly, looking at our workers' comp claims so that we can design and improve safety for all of our employees. Now I'm going to pass it back over to Nick Sinram to continue our 27 budget discussion.
Thank you. President Zambor, board members, Nick Sinram, Budget Director. Although we all know that the anticipated structural imbalance will require us to make tough decisions, tighten our belts, and operate within our means, that does not mean that the administration will shy away from our priorities. The board has identified, and together with the administration, we are pursuing improvements to our academic achievement with an emphasis on literacy, developing and ensuring safe and welcoming schools for every student and every classroom, focusing on efficient operations and finding savings to reinvest in our students, as well as pursuing financial stability and improving the district's fund balances and financial outlook going forward. This slide shows a graphic of the work ahead in terms of our spring budget season. While we develop budgets year-round, we really kick off the season in December and January, producing high-level projections about our revenues, our enrollment, and other inputs that go into financial decision-making. In January, we've already started deep dives with our office budgets, and we'll be producing school budgets to work in collaboration with principals and school communities throughout February and into March. We will then be finalizing our budgets, doing quality assurance, producing documents for public consideration in April with the typical board public hearings and consideration processes in May. So now I'd like to take a moment to discuss some of our high-level assumptions as they are key drivers of our budget and our financial situation. So first, I would like to discuss enrollment with you. Enrollment is clearly one of our largest drivers in the state of Wisconsin. Education funding follows the student, first to the district and then here to the school. So it is a major, has a major impact on the revenues available to the district. We continue to anticipate declining enrollment in line with national trends and changing birth rates. And while we know that that's a challenge, We are excited about some of the work and the new improvements that we have developed in partnership with consultants from Formative, an education consulting company. We heard their presentation at the FACE Committee regarding the new enrollment projection tool. We're excited to have that additional insight and data to understand the district's enrollment story, and we believe that that will aid principals in developing their budgets and operating their schools. While we anticipate enrollment to decline about 1.4%, that is a projection, and we will know in fall how that compares to our actual enrollment, which will then drive our state allocation of equalization aid as well as our revenue limit. Simultaneously, though, we know that we need to, in face of declining enrollment and changing demographics, we need to attract more students to our schools by investing in them and investing in the educational programs available to families. Another major assumption is the district's projected revenues. First, we know that our budgets and our ability to raise revenues are limited by state revenue limits that were imposed by the legislature and the state in the late 1990s. They limit the district's ability to raise new revenue. While we know that thanks to the $252 million phase-in of the 2024 referendum, we anticipate an additional $54 million in additional revenue. However, that will be consumed quickly by our increasing costs. Equalization aid is a major revenue source for the district, and we anticipate a projected decrease of approximately $1 million, largely based on declining enrollment from prior years. I also want to take a moment to highlight a risk in our revenues for the board and for the viewing public. The state provides reimbursement for special education services that we provide our students. However, the most recent biannual budget projected a 43% reimbursement rate, and unfortunately, the Department of Public Instruction has announced that that may not be fully funded and may only cover approximately 35% of district costs statewide. I'd like to take a moment now to walk the public through our fund structure. The Department of Public Instruction and state statute requires that the district budget and track our revenues and expenditures in a series of funds, and we'll go through each one in the coming slides. So first we have our School Operations Fund, or DPI Fund 10. It is provides services for our typical classrooms. It covers many different types of expenditures, from educator salaries, services, our ability to contract for services, as well as a significant amount of ongoing facilities maintenance. It's our largest fund and contains a number of restrictions about its available uses. It also is typically the fund that is required to support other MPS funds if there happen to be shortfalls. Next, we have our categorical fund that's budgeted at MPS, and it includes grants. So grant funds are awarded by state, federal, and philanthropic supporters of our mission, and are typically require pretty extensive monitoring, claiming, and compliance to ensure that grants are expended in the way that the grantor wants. Next, we see our Special Education Fund. This tracks all special education services that are required to support our students with IEPs. It's DPI Fund 27. The Special Education Fund supports many of our students, but often is underfunded compared to our total need. Just of note, I want to point out that the three funds included in this slide make up the general fund in our ACFR and our financial statements. Next, we have our Nutrition Fund, which provides services for our students consuming MPS breakfasts, lunch, and snacks to help fuel their education and their learning. Then we have our debt fund, which tracks and accounts for all of the district's ongoing debt service as we work to pay back largely facilities investments from prior debt offerings. Then we have our long-term capital improvement trust. It is a special fund that is dedicated solely to capital projects and is regulated by the Department of Public Instruction to ensure the appropriate use on capital and facilities improvements. Finally, we have our Community Extension Fund, or more commonly known as MKE Rec. This fund provides services to the general community available to all residents and is separate from the other funds in terms of funding sources and also revenue limit. Now I'd like to draw your attention to another major driver of our budget and our financial costs, and that is ongoing salaries and benefit costs for our staff. The district knows that it's important to invest in our staff so that we can attract and retain competent and caring teachers in every classroom. We all know that special teacher that made a difference in our life and want to support their ability to provide services to our students. However, every decision that you make comes with a trade-off, and there are significant costs to providing cost of living adjustments, steps and lanes, and the associated benefits. Currently, inflation is, as measured by our consumer price index, is right at 2.63%. And below on the bottom half of this slide, you'll see a series of scenarios to inform you about the cost and allow you to make a decision about where to direct our limited resources. You'll see that steps and lanes cost approximately a projected $23 million. That includes the associated benefits. And then the next 4 bullet points provide a variety of scenarios to educate the public and yourselves about the cost of providing various cost of living adjustments, or a COLA. So you would have to then add the $23 million if we elected to provide steps and lanes to whichever scenario that you might select for our staff. And again, I want to point out the total off to the right in parentheses. If we were to provide a cost of living adjustment equal to CPI, that would mean a total cost of approximately $55 million. You will probably notice that this investment in our staff would consume the entirety of our revenue limit increase, continuing to create pressure against other priorities.
To ensure everyone can hear the meeting, please refrain from all the extra noise so we can get through this. Thank you.
This slide shows a history of recent cost of living adjustments. Would like to note that this is in addition to steps and lanes. And you can see the tendency to support our staff in line with CPI over the prior several years. I just want to emphasize the compounding nature of cost of living adjustments and their impact on our anticipated 5-year forecast. As the base salary increases year over year, that creates an ever-increasing compounding effect in future years as well. I also want to note that the district has had a stable history of benefit plan design and really provides a very competitive benefit package in order to attract and retain qualified staff for our students. As we continue planning for the 2026-27 budget, the administration is requesting the board hold a strategic planning and budget committee meeting to further discuss our anticipated 5-year forecast produced by the Office of Accountability and Efficiency, as well as discuss the anticipated structural imbalance that report will likely demonstrate. We also want to encourage to start the conversation about correcting the district's 2026-2027, or correcting the district's financial imbalance in the 2026-27 budget. It's critical that as we consider our financial situation, the five-year forecast, and all of our priorities, that we maintain a multi-year perspective when budgeting to ensure the long-term health of the district and its financial situation. And we must take decisive action to responsibly pass a structurally balanced budget in 2026-27 that sets the district up to continue to correct the imbalance created in our anticipated five-year forecast. It's critical that we review all expenditures, including all district contracts, and conduct a deep dive to address central office spending that supports services in our classroom to ensure that all dollars are used efficiently and that there's no redundant or inefficient service purchases. This will allow more dollars to be invested directly in our classrooms and supporting our educational services. We also will need to control spending to correct the anticipated deficit in the five-year forecast, a challenge that I know will be critical for you to take on as you weigh our priorities and where you devote the district's limited resources. In conclusion, the district must balance priorities within its financial means to correct the anticipated structural imbalance. The administration will continue to focus on educational achievement, especially improving literacy. It will be critical to increase efficiency in all MPS operations so that we can reinvest savings directly into the classroom. Finally, just as a chance to provoke or encourage discussion and your thinking about the budget priorities, we want to ask you as a board, what are your priorities? Where would you like the administration to focus resources, especially into academic achievement and focus on literacy? Please know that as you weigh these decisions, the administration would be happy to provide any additional analysis that you think would be useful in determining how to prioritize and devote those limited resources. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Now, I think we'll go, we were going to go to public speakers first, if that's okay? Is that, any objections to going to public speakers first? Okay. Madam Secretary, do we have any virtual speakers?
We have 2 virtual speakers.
Okay.
I do know that the first one
Thank you.
is online. James Nelson, are you available?
James Nelson, are you on the platform?
Okay.
Maybe go to the next virtual speaker.
The second one is Lucas Wearer. Lucas Wearer, are you on the platform?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can
Yes,
hear
we
you
can.
a little too loud. Give us 1 second. Okay, you can say it again.
All right,
You
go
can
ahead,
Spell
Lucas.
your last name for the record.
Lucas Weir, W-I-E-R-E-R. Good evening, Superintendent Caselius, President Zombo, and members of the board. Without a doubt, employee salaries, wages, and benefits constitute the largest portion of our budget. And while the largest part of the budget offers the largest opportunity for potential savings, I want you to consider the cost of asking dedicated employees to bear the burden of balancing this budget. MPS is a district that's had issues with chronic understaffing, and any cuts to benefits or wage salary freezes runs the risk of exacerbating that problem. Superintendent Caselius' quote from slide 2 states, MPS must make systemic changes to ensure students, particularly the most vulnerable, are at the center of every decision. Milwaukee-specific data would tell us unequivocally that staffing vacancies hit the most vulnerable hardest every time. With this in mind, I would ask the board and the administration to consider slide 19 from the presentation and invest in staff by making it a goal, a starting point at least, to do everything in their power to meet the 2.63% cost of living adjustment and honor the continued progress of our steps and lanes as agreed upon in previous budgets. In order to do that, we will need to be diligent and relentless in how we pursue savings in other areas of the budget. In years past, roughly 10% of our annual budget was allotted for supplies, equipment, and other expenditures, while nearly a quarter was set aside for purchased services. With this in mind, what are some of the big-ticket items that might fall under the umbrella of other expenditures, and what opportunities exist to reduce spending in this area? When considering purchase services, what is the general breakdown of expenses in this area looking back for the last 5 or 10 years? As it relates to professional and technical services, technology, transportation, as well as maintenance and repairs that go beyond the scope of our building engineers and service helpers. I look forward to hearing about the 5-year forecast and gaining a better understanding of the anticipated structural imbalance when Strategic Planning and Budget Committee meets on February 5th. But I hope you keep some of these questions in mind as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the other virtual speaker on the platform?
Our second speaker is not on there.
Okay, then we're going to go to the speaker slips for those who are present. We have Robert I think it's Penner, Sylvia Sunny, and Roman Jagodinsky. Thank you. Robert Penner, you can say your name and spell your last name for the record. But we're going to get your turn your mic on, real sorry. Okay, now you can begin.
Yes, okay. Hello,
you.
my name is Robert Penner, Penner. I'm a member of AFT Local 3535. And Madam Chair, the first thing that I want to recognize is the smell in the room today. It stinks of sulfur, brimstone. Like there's a devilish presence that's in here with us. In fact, it kind of smells like Scott Walker. Because these proposals that are being put forward, Madam Chair, are the extension of Scott Walker's legacy of union busting, of the exploitation of public sector workers, and the use of their inability to collectively bargain in good faith for a contract to balance budgets and divert funds elsewhere, particularly to large administrator salaries for people that are not in the classroom, and for people that probably don't know really what it is like to be in the classroom. There is, and it's gross, it's disgusting, the fact that people that probably call themselves progressives or think of themselves as such are pushing forward this legacy. We all remember Act 10. We remember what went down there. We remember what we fought for. And it is so crucial that we make sure as union members, as union siblings, as teachers, no matter if we're teaching in MPS schools or at UWM or in charter schools, that we stand together to make sure that cost of living adjustments are not stripped away, like our union rights were stripped away as well. Madam Chair, I would just like to finish up by saying that there's no excuse for cutting these cost of living benefits. And what needs to happen here, and there's going to be a political reckoning, I can guarantee it, that if these are removed from the agreement with the teachers, there is going to be a reckoning for everybody who pushed this forward and supported it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then we have Sylvia Sunny. Okay, if you could spell your last name for the record.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Sunny. I am here on behalf of
I'm sorry, could you spell your last name for the record?
Oh,
thank you.
Sunny, S-O-N-N-Y.
Thank you.
Now, I'm here on behalf of everyone in here. Everybody in here is going to retire from MPS eventually. And I retired 6 months ago after 25 years of being an engineer. Thank you. And I started getting my benefits in September. Now, I didn't have enough to get the complete benefits, but I was paying $165 for my part of C and D. for the insurance. So from September till January, it increased in 6 months from 165 to 215. And I was paying $35 extra for dental. That increased from $35 to $70 as of next month. Now, I'm not understanding why I have to pay double, and it's two separate entities, and I only get one check. So eventually, everybody is going to retire, and your benefits are going to go up. Mine have went up double in 6 months. So I'm wondering, how far is it going to go? Thank you.
Up next, we have Roman, and then Ingrid Walker-Henry, and then Maria Meza.
Hi there. Roman Jagodinsky, Jagodinsky. I'm a soft-spoken kind of person, but my name is Roman Jagodinsky. I'm the music teacher at Walt Whitman Elementary School, and I'm a proud alumni of Milwaukee Public Schools, proud alumni of High School of the Arts, and I'm a proud resident of Milwaukee. This is my 6th year teaching. I love it. The students I work with every single day in the community we have built at our school. But I'm going to be honest, I'm very unsure how I'm going to be doing this for the next 27 years of my life. I have no incentive to stay in this district after Act 10. Our rights to retire with health insurance are completely gone. I'm grateful for this pay, for what I make, because I know it could always be worse out there. But my wife and I, we have dual income coming in, and we're struggling. We're making it work, but we're struggling. I'm asking you, the board members, to please reconsider not taking our cost of living raise away, freezing our steps, and raising our health insurance. This is not the way to go about it, and retaining staff. I want to stay in the district for as long as I can, but this would do the complete opposite. So we're already having issues. Why make it harder for us? Thank you for your time tonight, guys.
It's Ingrid Walker-Henry, and then Maria Meza, and then Luz Hernandez. Is Ingrid?
We can't hear the names you said.
Oh,
We
I'm
can't-
sorry. Okay, if people, just when we're, because we actually have over 60 speaker slips, so if we could try to not clap when we're trying to talk into the microphone, it will help us make sure we can hear everyone. So we have Ingrid Walker-Henry, Maria Meza, and Luz Hernandez.
Good evening. Ingrid Walker-Henry, WALKER-HENRY, MTEA President representing over 5,600 public education workers in Milwaukee Public Schools. The superintendent has put forth a budget presentation that does not make it 100% clear that she understands that retaining current workers and recruiting new workers to fill hundreds of vacancies is contingent on workers' wages and health care. The cost of electricity increases every year. The cost of a public education worker increases each year. When a worker's salary and benefits go up, you pay the cost. When energy cost goes up, do you ask yourselves if you're going to pay the electric bill to the schools? The board must critically examine all administration spending, including contracts and the doubling, if not tripling, of central office administration cabinet positions in only 10 months. MPS has increased from 5 regionals to 8 academic superintendents, from 4 instructional leadership directors to 5 managers of school operations with plans to add more, and the addition of multiple chief positions. Since September, the public has watched no fewer than 15 central office reclassifications with significant pay increases for bosses that have resulted in hundreds of thousands in raises for staff who are not the frontline workers with our students. MTEA will be submitting official records requests to confirm administration paid out millions of dollars of unused vacation days to highly paid central office administrators. This money belongs to our students. Staff are given vacation, they need to take their vacation. The board must insist that this practice stops immediately. Today, MPS has 62 vacant kitchen staff positions, 126 classroom teacher vacancies, students with no teachers, 36 CHA vacancies, 96 para vacancies. MPS students and families deserve fully staffed classrooms and schools. We need a budget that includes 2.63% cost of living, salary steps, and no cuts to health care. We need to ensure that we retain and attract more workers.
Thank you. Luz Hernandez, and then Maria Meza.
I believe Maria Mesa was before me. I'm going to make a request if I can read her testimony because she had to leave for her second job.
Okay, yes, you may read her testimony.
Thank you. I will be simultaneously translating because she wrote it in Spanish and I was going to come up here to interpret it for her. So,
Could you spell her last name for the record?
Meza, M-E-Z-A.
Thank you.
If you take away our medical benefits and you increase the price, that would greatly impact my family. Because my children and I need sustainable medical benefits. And here, it costs way too much to take your family to the doctor. And we need to go to the doctor. I need to take my children to the doctor. If you freeze our salaries, how am I going to pay for those increased medical costs? I have 2 jobs. And even with these 2 jobs, I'm barely making it. Some of my costs are food, bills, and things that I need for my house. And so I live paycheck to paycheck. If we are working, it is because we need to work. If MPS freezes salaries, I think a lot of people are not going to want to work for this school district anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
And I don't think it is fair that the schools will be without workers. So you must come to an agreement with the union on fair salaries and fair medical benefits. Thank you. And now for my testimony. I am Luz Hernandez, Vice President of the MTA, and always will be a proud bilingual teacher. The superintendent talks often about expecting great things. This budget presentation doesn't contain great things. MPS won't achieve great things like retaining and recruiting the workers our students rely on every day by cutting wages and benefits of frontline workers. As MTA Vice President, I lead the charge with fellow teachers to retain early career teachers in MPS through our SMART committee, which stands for Support, Mentor, Attract, Retain Teachers. MPS cannot continue to allow 50% of teachers to leave in their first 5 years of teaching. The school board and administration must send the clear message that you value their work and the talents they bring to MPS students. Value our CHAs charged with diapering and toileting our students. Value our building service helpers working diligently to ensure clean and welcoming classrooms for students. By prioritizing the workers, you prioritize our students who deserve schools that are fully staffed with dedicated workers. Now, let's examine cost savings measures at the top. When we were selecting a new superintendent, I don't remember Caselia saying, you know, what this district needs is more bloat and highly paid administrators. Hire me and I'll make sure current bosses are going to get even more bosses. And those bosses will get new bosses too. And then we're going to hire consultants to do their jobs. School board members, do your due diligence and demand the administration complete audits of outside vendors and all contracts and consultants. MTA will not stand for wages and benefit cuts on the backs of the workers that make this district run every single day.
And we have Nick. Okay, we have Nick Honorato, Adrian Hicks, Monica Lopez.
Just for our radio, Nick is walking to the podium right now. Thank you.
It would have been a longer walk if I had to come all the way from the overflow room. Hi, guys. Nick Honorato, O-N-O-R-A-T-O. I'm a special education teacher and the MTEA secretary. President Zomber, members of the board, Superintendent Casilius, look around this auditorium and you will see thousands of years of service to MPS students. Behind me are the public education workers who provide education, meals, safety, and clean learning environments for Milwaukee children. And for every worker you see here, there are hundreds more who couldn't make it because they're working their second jobs. Paraprofessionals, CHAs, and food service workers, drivers, teachers, and others are working second and third jobs to make ends meet. Administration cannot expect to retain workers or attract the workers needed by nickel and diming our frontline workers. The administration's presentation is disturbing as it contains cuts for MPS frontline workers. All while the superintendent spends money on consultant after consultant, explodes the number of staff in the superintendent's cabinet, a chief of staff, an assistant chief of staff, a personal advisor, not only one deputy, but 2 deputy superintendents, 5 school operations managers with plans to increase that number, 8 academic superintendents. The superintendent also says she has the money to increase all principal salaries by making them 12-month employees. MTEA wants to see the administration's math, please. Tens of millions of dollars can be found in MPS contracts that have no impact on children in the classroom or staff in our schools. You know, a few million more could be found in the LTE administrative contracts. The 26-27 budget cannot be balanced on the backs of its workers. Pay the workers. Pay the workers the full CPI of 2.63%. Anything less is an insult. Salary schedule movement for all eligible workers and no cuts to our health care. The people have spoken.
Thank you. Then we have Adrian Hicks.
Adrian Hicks, Hicks. Hello. I am a proud MTA member, the president of the EA Council, and I am a special ed paraprofessional for over 16 years. I'm here today because I'm hurt. I'm mad. I'm here with my MTA union siblings to inform you, the administration, that you must prioritize the staff our students depend on with a full cost of living increase, salary steps and lanes, and no cuts to health insurance. I am here today representing the working poor, working 2 and 3 jobs, those of us who are living paycheck to paycheck. Paycheck to paycheck. I am here speaking for those who can't speak today because they're at a second shift job right now. And they're working because they have to survive financially. Dr. Cecilius, you met with us in the fall listening session, and I thought you were listening when our members, after members, told you how difficult it was living on a 30-hour-a-week paycheck. Staffs being forced to work almost around the clock at a second and third shift job because a lot of them do have 3 jobs. The struggle of finding work over the summer. Show us you were listening and commit tonight to a full 2.63% cost of living adjustment, salary steps, and no cuts to health care. School board directors, as the president of over 1,100 paraprofessionals, safety assistants, parent coordinators, and interpreters, I am asking you to vote yes to direct the superintendent to present a proposed budget of the school board that prioritize the public education workers that serve our students, including full salary steps, no cuts. There are 96 pair vacancies.
Next speaker.
Any more, if it isn't passed, it will be less people wanting even to work here. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Monica Lopez, Sandra, starts with an S, and Sanchez, and then Erin Hallinan. Monica, you can go ahead.
Monica Lopez, LOPEZ. Good evening. I want to give a brief point of reference, not because my story is unique, but because it's very much of what our community has. I'm a 22nd year kindergarten teacher in Milwaukee Public Schools. My husband has taught special education for 25 years in Milwaukee Public Schools. Our children began in MPS at K4 and they're finishing their high school careers. And our family has made a long-term commitment to this district and our community. We take action, we show up, we work hard, we work very hard to support Milwaukee students. And this story is no different than all of the people behind me. Like everyone in this room, we are deeply invested in the student's success, and we are not easily swayed. That's why it becomes increasingly challenging since the beginning of this administration. There has been a disconnect and a lack of respect between decision-making and the people most critical to student success. The teachers, the paraprofessionals, the HCAs, social workers, speech paths, nurses, building service helpers, just a few, all the frontline workers who work directly with students every single day. We have experienced poor communication, plans that are not fully thought through, and lack of meaningful collaboration with our union representatives. Vacancies have been addressed by arbitrarily moving staff outside of established accessing processes. This disrupts workers and worsens the vacancy concerns across the district. We have also experienced unnecessary confusion and added workloads around lead abatement planning, and all of this could have been prevented with early communication and collaboration with our union representatives. We are now hearing conversations about school closures framed as financial quick solutions without fully accounting for Milwaukee's historical, social, and economic context, or even the long-term impact on those communities. We all want the same outcome. We want to attract and retain staff, we want to reduce vacancies, and we want stable schools and thriving students. The only way to reach this goal is by listening to staff voices, which must be heard early and meaningfully included. It requires a partnership. It requires fair compensation, cost of living increases, and step increases that fully protect health insurance. These are foundational supports, not benefits. Our workers must be valued appropriately. We believe in improving education for Milwaukee students, and we ask the district to show the same commitment to our workers. We cannot solve vacancies or improve student outcomes without listening to, respecting, and fairly compensating the people doing the work every day. We deserve more than the minimum, and we expect nothing less.
Thank you. Sandra, and then Aaron Hallinan and Josh Taylor.
And President Zombar, I did hear that the other virtual speaker came on too, so when there is a moment between.
Okay, after these three, we'll do that one. Thank you. We have Sandra, not Sandra. Aaron, you can go ahead.
All right. Hello, my name is Erin Hallinan, Hallinan. I am a special education teacher at Bradley Tech. This month marks my 14th anniversary in the district, 13 of those years that we're at Bradley Tech. I was hired this semester before the steps and lanes were eliminated. I was teaching in MPS the 8 years the steps were gone, and I've been here the 6 years since they've been reinstated. While the steps were eliminated, I witnessed the teaching pool in MPS dissolve. Every year, teachers quit in droves. My school saw as many as 20 vacancies at the end of one school year and 15 the year before. The student teachers I was supporting from UWM and Marquette were getting the advice from their professors to stick it out here in MPS for a year and then go to the suburbs for better pay and better treatment. They did. Fantastic young educators who understood how to teach our students left because they could not afford to work in MPS. I saw 20-year veterans, my mentors, leave because of the lack of pay, leaving young teachers with nobody to go to for advice on basic classroom problems, and the ones that stayed told me to get out while I could. Clearly I didn't, I'm very stubborn. In those years, I saw my pay without steps and ladders, or steps and lanes, sorry. I saw my pay go from $41,000 to $47,000 over the course of 8 years. And that includes the $3,000 bonus I was given once I got my master's. There was a point in time we were told to feel lucky for the $50 a year raise we were given. Since the steps and lanes have been reinstated, we have seen at least some stability in our teaching staff despite the shortage of teachers in the district is facing. Last year was the first school year at Tech that did not have any vacancies at the end of the school year. Students were able to keep the teachers for the full school year and see familiar faces when they returned in the fall. Now, with the pay raises on the table, I'm working with multiple young educators who have stated that they don't know if they can continue teaching if they don't see pay raises. Every time the district faces financial challenges, the front line, the ones that work with the students, are always facing the cut. We have been asked to offer ideas on how to create warm, welcoming schools. We do this by paying the staff that work in them. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Aaron Hallinan.
Good evening, Joshua Taylor, Taylor Taylor. Before I even get started, I'd like to uplift Minneapolis, them shutting it down tomorrow against ICE terrorism. That's the type of energy I'm coming with, and that's the type of energy all of us should come with. I'd like to start off with saying our Working conditions are our students' learning conditions. Freezing the COLA is a direct wage cut. Our paychecks don't keep up with inflation. That means not being able to pay for groceries, not being able to pay for medicines, necessities that we need. And when workers can't pay for those necessities, they're going to have to go somewhere else. This is not only does this affect teachers, this affects other essential workers, such as our paraprofessionals, our food service workers, many of them who I tried to get in my school to come, but they couldn't because they have to work 2 or 3 jobs. None of us join this profession to get rich, except maybe some of these executives. We're talking about tightening the belt. There's no belt left to tighten. Maybe that 300K should be cut. So, when we undervalue and underpay our critical workers, we create instability. Students lose trusted adults that they have known for years, and it creates safety issues. We as a community, we value fairness. We respect the people who educate and care for our children. Slashing the effective pay of our hardest working workers is morally wrong and economically short-sighted. It hurts families and weakens our entire community, and it's a direct attack on one of our most important working class institutions, which is our public schools. So I say to end this with the board, you need to prioritize a budget that works for workers and students. No cuts to pay, no cuts to benefits. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sandra Sims, S-I-M-S, and I am an MTEA member and chair member of Milwaukee Education Assistance Association Council. I've worked for Milwaukee Public Schools for the past 15 years as a teacher, paraprofessional, parent coordinator. There's 3 main points that I'd really like for you to listen to. One being COLA. COLA is a basic need. It is not something, it is not a raise, it is not a stipend, it is none of that. It is a basic need, and we deserve a cost of living adjustment. Also, I would like you to realize that so many of us give of ourselves. What I would bring home in COLA today, just today, I brought 3 children sweaters to school. They come to school with T-shirts on. COLA doesn't pay for that. Okay? And I just need you to really understand that we work in a community with children who have very, very specific needs. To come to school with tennis shoes on when you got 5 inches of snow outside is a need. We buy these things for our students. We give our students these things. Our school, Francis Starnes, we collect gloves, hats, lunch boxes, lunches. They come in late in the morning. We're digging up stuff to give them something to eat. Applesauce, peanut butter. These are things that we bring from our own homes. And we really need you to pay attention to the fact that COLA doesn't cover that. Health insurance. We need health insurance. We're getting older every day that we come out of our house. I mean, I know I am. I don't know about you. Trying to plow the way out of my garage takes a lot of energy. Then to get to school, stay there, leave there, and I gotta clean my car off before I can leave and go home.
Thank you, Ms.
I'm
Sims.
getting older, but I love these babies. I keep coming back because of that. We need our COLA, we need our health insurance and we do not need any cuts. We don't have a lot of grocery stores in our area. We don't have a lot of pharmacies in our area. We need to be able to bring things for our babies. And if you cut us, where's it going to come from? It's not coming from you.
Okay, we're gonna take our virtual speaker, and then we do need to take a quick 5-minute recess, and we'll come right back. Thank you.
James Nelson, are you on?
I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
James Nelson, Nelsen. I have been a teacher in MPS for 28 years. I'm a proud MPS graduate. I am a resident of the city of Milwaukee, living in Director of Illinois District. I'm very, very concerned when I take a look at the superintendent's proposal because I see slides about wage freezes and benefits cuts. What I don't see is any slides at all about cutting the ballooning central office administration. I mean, all of you on the stage have a lot of experience with MPS as teachers, as board members, as students, whatever. You know for a fact we could get rid of half the district office and no one would notice. Everything needs to be on the chopping block except for step increases, the cost of living adjustments, and the benefits. Everything else can go. You don't have enough workers as it is. You're not going to be able to get more. You're not going to be able to fill all these gaps with a wage freeze and a benefits cut. It's time to chop from the top and not balance this budget on the backs of frontline workers, teachers, paras, HCAs, building service helpers, cooks. These are some of our lowest paid employees. They're already given everything they've got, and now you're asking them to give more. I mean, I work a full-time job with MPS, plus I teach summer school, and I've got 2 to 4 part-time jobs at any given time, which is why I can't be there tonight. If I'm struggling, imagine what some of these other people are going through. You can do better than this. We've got tens of millions of dollars of outside contracts. We don't need probably hardly any of that, and the things that we do need could easily be filled by existing MPS personnel, paying them some overtime. Why don't we do that? That's a win-win situation. Get people some extra hours, save millions of dollars on outside contracts. So I implore the board to direct the superintendent tonight to develop a budget that does not have to be balanced on the backs of its workers. Chop from the top, get rid of the outside contracts. Thank you.
Thank you. I need to call a quick 5-minute recess. We'll be right back. Madam Secretary, if you could note the time. Okay, thank you. Up next, we have John Fleisner, Caffrey McClinton, and David Eppelsheimer.
Hey again, everybody. I'm John Fleisner. F-L-E-I-S-S-N-E-R. I serve on the executive board of MTEA representing high school teachers, and I'm a teacher at Hamilton High School. You know, I just wanted to say that, like, teachers run the district, workers run the district. Six-figure administrators are not running the district, okay? So we've heard suggestions that we may not get a cost of living increase, a step, and potential cuts to our health care. The three things we need to continue to run this district are those three things, okay? We've seen previously the administration threaten to cut these things. And some of the last times that I saw this boardroom this full was when Driver proposed some of these cuts, okay? So, you know, it's like, the thing is we've heard that we can't afford these things. We can't afford to not put in place these things. For two big reasons. One is because we got over 300 vacancies in the district. The other reason is because the administration does not want to tango with the MTEA this time, okay? Because if these demands are not met, we'll be forced to take further action. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Caffrey McClinton. I am a paraprofessional union representative. I have held that seat for 7 years. I'm a special education paraprofessional at James Madison High School. Got a few things here. First of all, this worsens staff retention. It accelerates turnover. NPS is already struggling. Let's just be real. Removing predictable wage growth and raising insurance costs amounts to an effective pay cut. Whether you guys want to call it a pay cut, you want to call it a budget, you're pretty saying, screw us. This proposal saves money on paper, but costs the district in turnover and instability and low expertise. Secondly, it makes NPS less competitive. Surrounding districts continue to offer steps. Absolutely, we will go. We cannot recruit or retain quality staff if NPS is no longer competitive. Lastly, high insurance costs without the cost of living adjustments are a pay cut during inflation. Take-home pay goes down while the cost goes up. This proposal also undermines morale and professional respect. Step increases recognize experience and commitment. Removing these steps send the message that you don't value our longevity, our skill, our determination, our commitment to our students. Right. We cannot ask staff to give more while you are valuing them less. Finally, these short-term savings create long-term risk. Higher vacancy, reliance on substitute programs, and declining enrollment. And I'm going to just, according to the NPS handbook, page 5, that you hold us accountable to. Students come first. Wherever students are learning is the most important place in the district. Educators and school staff have high expectations for students and provide the foundation for their academic success. This decision would directly contradict your handbook that you hold us to. Not only would you put students last, you would break their foundation, the educators that they are used to seeing every day. Educators are leaving for better opportunities. And I will say this lastly, my daughter had the honor of meeting the mayor and Dr. Casellas, I think yesterday or the day before, and you guys told her how wonderful she is, and she made you guys laugh. Well, guess what? That student would have to, if you guys do this cut, that student would not be able to go away to college. She would have to stay home, and she would have to help mom run a business because I can no longer afford my staff.
Right.
So that's
Thank you. Okay. Up next, we have David Eppelsheimer, then Sharice Randolph, and Elizabeth Kosmak.
Dave Eppelsheimer, E-P-P-E-L-S-H-E-I-M-E-R. I'm a teacher over at Grappy High School and been a teacher in Milwaukee Public Schools since 2007. I'm a Milwaukee resident And, you know, I ride or die for this district and for its students. MTEA is demanding the full 2.63 cost of living adjustment allowed under state law. We're demanding experience steps on the salary schedule, and we're demanding no cuts to benefits. So what we see here on slide 20, okay, what we all saw on there, that cost of living adjustment history, right? That is a promise that we were able to keep to students, okay, and families to ensure that our district is doing everything in its power to cultivate high-quality educators in every single classroom. No vacancies, nothing like that, okay? That's what that is, okay? You may have meant something differently with it, but that's what that is, okay? Everybody sees that? Okay. So, we should be building on these gains and making it clear that we're determined to put public money directly to the areas that most benefit students and families. That's what our, you know, Milwaukee residents and taxpayers expect. Okay? Maybe it's not what Dale Coyanga expects, okay? Because he lives in Elm Grove, okay? But, you know, that's what our taxpayers expect. After MPS's wage freeze 14 years back, we saw a mass exodus of MPS education workers. I'm just speaking about Pulaski High School here, and this was everywhere across the district, and I was at Pulaski at that time. 3 math teachers at Pulaski left at that point, 1 to Whitnall District and 2 to West Allis. Now, check this out. Over the last 7 years of getting these increases here, this, okay? We got those people back, okay? They're back in the classroom now, okay, in Milwaukee Public Schools, okay? If you don't believe me, there, Rufus King, and one of them is back at Pulaski too. The fact of the matter is we attracted teachers and staff of the best quality from outside the district as well. And we have brought stability and progress back to this school district. This is progress, okay? I can honestly tell the students and families with the reintroduction of libraries, art, music, gym, and extracurriculars to our school buildings over the past 7 years that we are achieving real gains for our city with this public institution. Again, we are making excellence public for all students in this district. MPS does not just serve communities, it serves generations. Not one step back, okay? Thank you.
Elizabeth Kosmak, Sharice Randolph, and Michelle Mackey.
Good evening, Elizabeth Kosmak, KOSMACH. I'm here today to demand that this board make sure the administration's budget includes full steps, full cost of living, and no cuts to health care. When I started in August 2013, there were 7 new teachers. I'm the only one that has remained in 13 years. I have seen the budget cuts, the freezes, the cuts to health care, and I'm still here. Educators have been given more. That's the one thing you keep adding, administration and the board, more responsibilities. Raise your hand if you are the science champion in your school. Raise your hand if you're the social studies champion, the PBIS champion, the reading champion, the math champion, the IC champion, the second step champion, the health champion, the assessment champion. Oh, this is the best one. The reader of the MPS Express. And these are all teacher jobs because administration are told up on the top of this list, you are not allowed to do this. This has to be from the staff. So more and more responsibilities. On top of this, we still have to do lesson plans, grading, paperwork, duty, parent contact, student behavior. Sometimes we're nurses, sometimes we're social workers. When do I get to teach? Since we are frontline workers, we are essential to academic achievements. Don't forget that. This administration is quick to find a camera and tell everyone we have no money. And we just have some tough decisions. This is not a tough decision. Pay your frontline workers because we build MPS. You, as board members, have the job to look through all these contracts and vendors. Also, look at all these bosses that have bosses that have bosses that have bosses. It's ridiculous. Also, you bring in vendors, you bring in a consulting agency where us frontline workers could tell you what is wrong with MPS without paying these millions of dollars. There are no lines for educators to take these jobs. We want to stay here, but you need to respect us.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Sharice Randolph, Michelle Mackey, Emily Berkson. Are any of those three here? Okay, we got one. After that, then Stephanie Maloney and Jesse Bowling.
Good evening. My name is Emily Berkson, Berkson. I'm proud to say that I teach 5th grade at Milwaukee Parkside School for the Arts. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of the incredible teachers, social workers, paras, and CHAs I work with, many of whom could not be here this evening because they had to work their second job. I'm here because I see the work of teaching as being inextricably linked with the work of advocacy for my colleagues and my students. I teach my students that community care is demonstrated by our choices and actions. I have found MPS administration's actions and choices over the past 10 months to be troubling. Administration has found the funds to triple the amount of highly paid central office administrators, but is unwilling to commit to paying its teachers, social workers, paras, and CHAs a wage adjusted to the current cost of living. According to the Learning Policy Institute, most teachers are already only paid 80% of what their college-educated peers are paid. Additionally, one of the top reasons teachers under 40 cite when explaining why they left the profession is insufficient pay when compared to the demands of the job. These student-facing positions are already hard to fill, and if MPS is not offering competitive or at the very least reasonable pay, I fear it will make it difficult to both retain and recruit the high-quality professionals our students deserve. I am here tonight imploring you to commit to a 2.63% pay increase and to maintain teacher, para, and CHA healthcare benefits for the 2026-2027 school year. The last referendum election has demonstrated that the city of Milwaukee cares about investing in its schools and its students. When citizens headed to the polls, I do not think they envisioned their tax dollars going to fund administrators working in central office. Those funds should reach people who interact with, educate, and inspire Milwaukee's children daily so that our city can reap the full benefit of its investment. Teachers, paras, and CHAs are the face of the district and the heart of our communities. I thank you for listening to our demands, and I urge you to respond with meaningful action.
Does anyone know if Sharice Randolph, Michelle Mackey, are they still here? Sharice Randolph, Michelle Mackey? No? Okay, then Stephanie Maloney, Jesse Bowling, Courtney Chavez. Are any of them still here? Okay, Courtney, you can come on up. If Jesse or Stephanie are here, you can still come up to the mic. Otherwise, we're going to call the next speakers. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, good evening, everyone. Buenas noches. My name is Courtney Chavez, and I am the very proud bilingual school social worker of South Division High School. And I am also the BR president for the social work department. I was asked to speak tonight. This is my first time speaking, although I do love to talk. So many of you may know me. But I'm here tonight because I am mortified. They say ignorance is bliss, and maybe it is bliss, but I'm very disappointed to learn tonight that there are more suits in central office today than there were a year ago. And I think most of us can say that when our former superintendent left, the biggest demand that we all had, cut the suits. We don't need all these people at central office. So the fact that we have more is just infuriating to me as a social worker. All of us here are here because we love our students. we love our families, and we love this district, okay? We're here for the children, we're here for the kids, but we also love MPS. But you have to love us as much as we love this district, okay? You need to show us the love, and the way that you can show us the love is by not cutting into our already depleted bank accounts, right? Like everybody else, I work at Summerfest in the summer, I work for MPS in the summer, I have multiple jobs as well. I do that because it's necessary to feed my daughter and to keep a roof over our head. So to hear that there might be a chance for us to not get our steps, our cost of living raises, and then on top of this amazing economy that we have right now, we're going to be asked to pay more in healthcare benefits. Don't do that. Again, show us the love, cut the suits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Glorimer Melendez, Erica Smith, Eric Falk, Erica Smith, Eric Falk. I see someone coming. Samantha Johnson would be next.
Eric Falk, FALK. I'm a fourth grade bilingual teacher at Hayes Bilingual. I also work for the Milwaukee chapter of America Scores, which is an after-school program in partnership with MPS that supports whole child development through the teamwork of soccer, the self-expression of poetry, and the community of service learning. Lastly, I work at Good Kind, which is a restaurant in Bayview waiting tables every Saturday night. Thousands of us are living paycheck to paycheck. We are working second or third jobs on nights and weekends just to make ends meet. One job should be enough. My only day off is Sunday, which is usually spent assessing student work, writing and planning dynamic and rigorous lesson plans, and deciphering and decoding all of the different department pacing guides, course overview guides that are constantly changing for us at bilingual schools. I work 3 jobs because I have to, not because I want to. When I heard that there was a potential wage freeze and cuts to healthcare benefits for MPS workers for the upcoming school year, it felt like a slap in the face. I was shocked because in the past 7 MPS budgets, granting MPS workers a full cost of living adjustment and an advancement on the salary schedule was never in question. It was a given. These raises have helped to retain current employees and have helped recruit new workers to MPS. Potential wage freezes and cuts to healthcare benefits for MPS would be detrimental to the efforts to recruit and retain workers and would be a disservice to students who deserve fully staffed schools. In addition to the 3 jobs I work, I also serve as a member of the SMART Committee, which stands for Supporting, Mentoring, Attracting, and Retaining Teachers. This is a committee formed by the MTEA that is dedicated to supporting and retaining new teachers within Milwaukee Public Schools during their first 5 years in the district, as well as better understanding their unique challenges and needs of early career teachers. In order to retain, recruit, and fully staff all classrooms, MPS must offer competitive compensation and benefits. MTEA is demanding that the MPS school board direct the superintendent to propose a budget to the school board that prioritizes the public education workers that serve our students. That includes a full cost of living increase, 2.63%, salary schedule advancement, and no cuts to healthcare benefits. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Glorimar Melendez, that's M-E-L-E-N-D-E-Z, and this is also my first time speaking to the board. I'm a 5th grade bilingual teacher at Forest Home. I am here because teachers are being asked to accept no salary step and no cost of living increase next school year, as long with other workers. At a time when inflation, workload, and student needs continue to rise, this proposal is just a budget decision. It is a statement about what and who we value. Teachers are the direct resource for students. We are the only professionals in this system who work with children every single day. We teach, we assess, we differentiate, We manage behaviors, communicate with families, and support students' academic emotional needs. And I am here because I'm outraged that at the same time that we are asked for these austerity measures, our new superintendent makes around $320,000 annually, making her one of the most highest paid officials in the city. Her salary is significantly higher than that of a classroom teacher, and even higher than the salaries of the Milwaukee mayor and the Wisconsin governor. When teachers are told there is no money for steps or cost of living adjustments, this comparison matters. When budgets are tight, shared sacrifice should apply to everyone. Instead, this proposal places the burden on educators and other workers while maintaining high compensation at the top. If cuts be made, they should be made from the top, not from our classrooms. What teachers need is not more layers of oversight and micromanaging. Research and experience tell us what truly supports students. Smaller class sizes, paraprofessionals in every classroom, sufficient protected planning time, access to bilingual and intervention support staff, mental health services, and stable, experienced teachers who are valued and retained. These are the investments that directly impact learning. Freezing teacher pay accelerates burnout, and drives educators out of the profession. When teachers leave, students lose stability, relationships, and instructional qualities. I'm here today because I told my students that when you believe something is wrong, you fight. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you. We have Erica Smith, Samantha Johnson, Maria Cerna, Max Medina. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Samantha Johnson, Johnsson. I'm an 18-year employee with Milwaukee Public Schools. I spent 10 of those years as a paraprofessional, and I've been a special education teacher for the past 8 years, which I am now the special education teacher at Metcalf Elementary School. I'm here tonight because of the decisions and wages about health care, and are not just about adults, they're about our students. When educators are forced to work multiple jobs to survive, which I have 2, I also work for MKE Rec on Monday, Wednesdays, and Saturday nights. That impacts the energy and the stability we can bring to our classrooms. Many MPS and educators are already living paycheck to paycheck, while continuing to show up every day for students who need consistency, patience, and support. Wage freezes and increased healthcare premiums increase stress, burnt out, and turnover. When educators leave, it is the students, especially special education students, who lose trusted relationships, routines, and critical support. Students deserve teachers who can fully focus on teaching, not whether they'll be able to afford their rent, groceries, or medical care. They deserve experienced educators who are able to stay in a profession long term. Students deserve teachers. You cannot prioritize students while making it harder for educators to remain in their classrooms. Supporting educators is supporting the teachers and essential to our future. I became a teacher because I wanted to see the change, because I have a disability, but I wanted my students to know it doesn't matter. You can be whatever you want to be. A teacher taught me, so my wages matter. Because if you weren't a teacher, then how did you get up here? Somebody taught you, right? And you're saying that our wages is not, it doesn't matter? That's not fair to our future. And our babies are our future.
Good evening. My name is Erica Smith, SMITH. I've been a proud member since I've been here over 30 years. I started in the kitchen. I went to the classroom, GA, where general assistants no longer exist. Then I went to a safety, and then I was pulled into the teacher, to be a teacher, because why? We don't have any teachers. So I had a degree, and my principal just threw me in the room. And I'm grateful for that, because I just figured I couldn't do it, but he told me that all of us are educators, all the people that work for MPS, from the engineers to the kitchen staff, the HCAs, parents, all of us. Kids learn from us. So I just thought I would just try to teach them a different way. So I've been doing that for 8 years at Audubon Middle School, and I love it, and I love my kids. Like, a lot of people, like, you still around, like, my knees are terrible right now for being a safety so long. But I'm still here because I love my students along with the people that I work with every day. So I was really shocked that I'm pushing myself to better myself, going back to school. I have debt. I finally have a master's, and then they don't freeze the pay. I was real concerned about that, because even though people think we have these jobs as you off in the summer, do they know that's where the money is lost at? That's why you got to try to find another job, and they didn't want to hire you because they know you're not going to stay there because you're going back to your job. So it's just really hard, and then we sacrifice our families because we love all our other children. Like, all the children are ours. So we have to have some type of balance, and we can't do that if you don't cut our pay and then increase medical, because a lot of people are getting older and we need our medical care. And people shouldn't think twice if I can pay the copay and not go to the doctor and then just be sick and then it gets worse. Because a lot of people do that. That $20 adds up sometimes. We never know, and you don't go, and you could have went and prevented something from happening. So really, I used to think too, like, I'm like, oh, I made all that money, but I was like, I was working overtime. It was just not one job. One job should be enough to simply not just work to survive, but it should be a living wage that we can pay our bills, maintain a home, and enjoy a reasonable quality of life. And a lot of us miss out on the quality of life because we are sacrificing trying to take care of our babies to raise them to be productive citizens in society. Because a lot of times without these teachers, and then we're burned out because if you stay home because you're sick, oh, you got to stop on the wrist. Oh, they're not here. You know, they talk about you because you miss work. But we get tired too. We need to refresh ourselves so we can come back and teach our babies and give them the best education, free public education that they can get, because some of them, this is all they're going to get. But when they get out of here, we want to make sure that they've learned something, they can take care of themselves and their families. And that's why I'm glad I went to MPS and I graduated from the new Bradley Tech, but it was Milwaukee Tech back then, and I encourage all my people to go to MPS because I believe in it and I trusted in it and I love all the people that I work with.
Hello, Maria Guadalupe Serna, S-E-R-N-A. I am currently a middle school bilingual math teacher at Coggle School. Members of the board, I'm here today to speak clearly and firmly against any proposed wage freezes or cuts to healthcare benefits for MPS employees. Educators in this district are already underpaid. We know it, our families know it, our students know it, yet despite this reality, those of us in classrooms are being asked once again to sacrifice more. Every day we show up to overcrowded classrooms, not just to teach, but to care for students whose needs continue to grow while support continues to shrink. This work is exhausting, emotionally demanding, and absolutely essential. Anyone who knows a teacher understands the toll this profession takes. At the same time, constant changes in administrative leadership have created instability at the building level. While change can support growth, it is deeply demoralizing to watch highly paid administrative positions expand while frontline educators are asked to accept less. That sends a powerful message about whose work is valued more. Teachers are already doing far more than our job titles describe, serving as counselors, social workers, nurses, and mentors, because staffing shortages leave no alternative. We do this out of commitment to our students, not because it is sustainable. We are underpaid, undervalued, and overextended. Yet the educators here today have stayed despite having every reason to leave. If this board chooses not to meet our demands, it will not save money, it will cost this district and our students, its educators. Please understand This decision will determine whether MPS retains the people who hold it together every single day.
Up next, we have Max Medina, Ann Mansfield, Veronica Ramirez.
Good.
Go ahead.
Maximo Medina, MEDINA. I am the special education teacher, department chair, building rep, and BLMA coordinator at Bradley Tech High School. I am in a 2-teacher household. My girlfriend and I are both in our 7th year teaching. Despite all the struggles with the job, we love what we do. It's our mission, it's my mission, and it's the mission of all the young teachers here that are living paycheck to paycheck and stay anyway. In order to make this happen, we both work 2 jobs. Being lower on the pay scale is not easy for our personal lives. It puts a strain on what we can do. And I'm not talking about vacations or concerts. I put my life on hold for this job. I cannot afford the wedding that my partner deserves. I cannot afford a down payment, and I know I cannot afford a child right now. I don't have generational wealth to fall back on. I sacrifice my American dream in order to help my community achieve theirs. And I accept that. I will continue to accept that as long as there's a need. And we know that need is not going anywhere. But I can. I can fulfill this mission elsewhere. And I will fulfill this mission where my life and my dream are valued. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Mansfield, Veronica Ramirez, Carrie Yanko. Is Ann Mansfield, Veronica Ramirez, Carrie Yanko still here? Jennifer Santiago. If I called your name, you can just come down. Whoever makes it first could start.
Hello, Veronica Ramirez, Ramirez. I am a proud bilingual IEP teacher at Alba School, and I'm here to speak about what is being discussed about in all of the districts across the nation right now, which is our budget. I'm asking that you prioritize your public education workers by guaranteeing the full cost of living increase allowed by law, 2.63, salary schedule advancement for all eligible workers, and no cuts to healthcare benefits. Not simply because it is the right thing to do, but because we have earned it. Since I started working at an MPS, I have heard us being referred to by some in positions of power as these teachers. We are not these teachers. We are your teachers. Your teachers who spend money from each paycheck that goes towards our classrooms and our students, because that is what our students need when our schools are so limited with what they give us. Especially as a special education teacher, we don't get as much as whatever that money that comes to us doesn't come to our classrooms. We have to sometimes go to our gen ed teachers and beg them for supplies so that we don't have to spend paycheck after paycheck for things, for our rooms and our babies. We're your teachers who work countless hours before, after work, weekends, over the holidays, to make sure that we are providing hands-on, rigorous, enriching instruction every week. We are your teachers who run clubs after school without additional pay, plan on our own time for clubs and events, and run fundraisers to make things happen for our students. We are your teachers who share tips on the MTEA page to make extra money to make ends meet. Did you know that donating plasma could lead to making an additional $780 to $2,600 a year? This is something that I never thought I would even have to consider, but that was shared. And some of your teachers were actually interested in donating plasma to help make ends meet.
Thank you.
Please make the right decisions and choices. We are your teachers.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to be short. I'm Jennifer Santiago, Santiago, and I work for the amazing ALBA. I have heard all my partners express their concerns to you. So some of the big things that I am going to ask for is that you do allow us to have that increase, because so many people here will just stay afloat. This isn't a big bump in our pockets. This is a, can I have that extra whatever at the dinner table? Are you hearing these people? Are you hearing us? We are here for you. We are here for these kids, our community. Some of us have health concerns, some that were brought on by being employees of this district. I, for one, cannot afford any more to my medical pay. I can't. Yet I need a few doctors to be able to come to work every day and work at 200%, because that's what I will give my kids and my friends who are here behind me. It's a simple thing, and it has never been a secret, that the inflation at the top is disgusting. It has always been blatant, out in the open, slapping our faces every year. I understand that, you know, you wanted to put some things in place because we needed it. And we thank you for coming and being willing to take us on. But please listen to us. Thank you.
So we're about halfway through all the speaker slips. So I'm going to try calling names. If you can hold the applause in between, because we're about halfway through. I just want to make sure everyone who wants to speak gets a chance. Drew Walsworth, Jamie Stewart, Lamy McLaughlin, Chris Herman. And I'm going to assume Carrie Yanko and Ann Mansfield aren't here. I'll put those to the side. Okay, you can go ahead and say your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
My name is Drew Walsworth, Wallsworth. I'm the computer science teacher at Hartford University School. I've been a teacher for 10 years and with MPS for 7. Hartford University School means a lot to me. My grandparents went to Hartford and met there. My parents, aunts, uncles, and cousins all went to Hartford. My uncle and mom were in the same 4th grade class. I was on the committee to help pick out the science curriculum, helped to write the district science lesson plans, piloted various programs and partnerships for the district, and am on the Climate Justice Curriculum Committee. In addition to what I've done for the district, I stay late every night, leaving at between 7 to 8 p.m. to help support staff and students in various programs at the school. I get to work an hour early every day to prep. I'm not the first one to arrive. I'm not the last one to leave. I run the only competitive science Olympiad team in the district. I've dedicated time, energy, and my own money to support my students. It feels like a slap in the face after all I've given to my school and district that MPS hasn't committed to give workers a full cost of living adjustment, step increase, and guarantee the same health benefits for the next school year. I live paycheck to paycheck. I have to work over the summer, and I'm barely making ends meet. Within the past year, I've been homeless, had a house fire, lost both my cats, broke my foot, had emergency surgery, and I still show up for my students. There have been times in the past year I couldn't afford food and I was skipping meals. My students noticed and started anonymously leaving snacks on my desk, something they picked up from the teachers they have had who notice when they don't eat and leave food for them. I am not the only teacher living paycheck to paycheck. We have lost teachers at Hartford who just couldn't afford to teach anymore. We have teachers who are traveling over an hour to be able to work at Hartford. They were working multiple jobs, couldn't make ends meet. The majority of teachers who have come through Hartford have worked at least 2 jobs, if not more. That should be embarrassing to the district that their staff need to take a second job in order to survive. Thousands of us are living paycheck to paycheck. One job should be enough. How can we be expected to be there for our students every day when we are struggling to survive ourselves? How can we expect our students to see the value in their education when the district disrespects their teachers and staff this way? Why is it when I mentioned this to a class of 8th graders, their response was, that is bogus, teachers need all the money they can get, but as district officials, a completely different message is being sent. As a district, we need more staff. We have many schools who aren't fully staffed, and the only way to retain and recruit qualified staff is to offer competitive compensation and benefits.
Thank you.
Hi, Laylee McLaughlin, McLaughlin. It's an honor to be here tonight, not because y'all, because you're kind of pulling some stuff, but because of all these folks, my absolute heroes for years. This guy is 17 years my hero. These are people I aspire to be like when I grow up, so you can guess how the kids feel, you know, they look at us every day. And actually, I thought about, well, you know, I wrote this, and I don't think I'm going to read it, because I think I'm going to say an anecdote, because we don't need to be repetitious, do we? Today, we got a new student, 6 years old, no language, DHH student, deaf, profoundly deaf student. She finally made it to our school. She finally made it to my classroom. She counted to 10, the right way, the ASL way, on one hand, counted to 10, with the help of her qualified, amazing educator, Lauren Dombeck, who hand over hand showed her the numbers the right way, not like this, not like this, not like this, like this. Beautiful, beautiful work. That child deserves quality. That child deserves quality. Every child, people, and we can't stay. You cannot take advantage of our love anymore. You cannot take advantage of us anymore. It's not acceptable. You have to pay us. We're not asking for a lot. We're not millionaires here. We know what we got into getting into this job. We know what we took on. We know what we said that we would do for our communities that we live in and serve for. We know. So please, I mean, be realistic here. The places that you're thinking to chop, the places you're going to go to the teachers first. Give me a break. I mean, you're damaging the children. You're punishing the children because they deserve us. They deserve us.
Hello, decisions makers. I'm Jamie Stewart, S-T-E-W-A-R-T. I've been with Milwaukee Public Schools for over 8 years. I'm here to express that this salary freeze and healthcare costs, we can do better than this. We can do better than this as a people. We all need each other. There was a period of years where MPS did not keep up with the cost of living, right? People are still trying to catch up from when you guys did not keep up with the cost of living. Okay? So think about that when you're making decisions, okay? We ask for you all. We are being asked to do more every year, supporting students, families, and schools. What we are asking is that our wages and our benefits are enough to sustain ourselves and our families. We are not asking for luxury. We are not asking for, we are just asking for fairness. We need responsible, affordable health care that does not discourage us from seeking medical care, fair wages, increases that does not, increases to our wages that represents us, that represents you guys, right? We all should not be, everybody coming up here talking about they working 2 and 3 jobs. I myself work a job. I myself have a business, right? We cannot keep going this way. the way in which we are going. I urge you all, I am so nervous, first of all. I urge you all.
Rocking it out. You got this.
I urge you to reject any proposal that does not include the full cost of living, salary schedule, movement, and no cuts to our health care benefits. That's really all I want. That's all everybody here wants. Find different sources.
That's it. Good job.
My name is Chris Herman, Hermann. I'm disappointed to have to stand here in defense of our wages and benefits tonight. Since the superintendent arrived in Milwaukee, I've heard much about the need to fill teaching vacancies and about the need to attract and retain quality classroom staff. But the actions of the new administration tell a different story. A lot of time and energy has been spent adding six-figure salaried, top of the organizational chart central office positions. As a teacher, I can tell you that I have never seen any of these people in my school, let alone my classroom. How many of these people can say the same, right? While the administration pays lip service to the idea of attracting and retaining the best educators, the reality is that the focus seems to be on adding staff that never sets foot in our classroom or schools. Who are the people that have to bear the brunt of the budget shortfalls? Seemingly, it's the people that work directly with our classrooms and our students. Many central office staff that actually go out to schools to teach or support in classrooms were accessed and forced to reapply for their jobs. Now, we're being told that there may be no cost of living increases, there may be benefit cuts. Meanwhile, the six-figure salaries at the top keep coming.
Yeah. That's right.
Our students, our families, and the city of Milwaukee deserve the best possible educators. They deserve fully staffed, fully resourced schools and classrooms. How are we going to do that when the administration seems set on treating those staff that actually work in schools and classrooms as if they don't matter? As if they're disposable and easily replaceable? As if the only positions that matter in a school district are highly paid, top of the org chart positions that never see the inside of a classroom? How will we attract and retain the best, highest quality educators that our children and our families deserve? It is a shame that this administration will look at our students, our families, and the city of Milwaukee and tell them that attracting and retaining high-quality educators doesn't matter. I urge this school board to reject any budget that freezes wages and/or cuts benefits for our staff, because attracting and retaining the best quality educators is what our students and our families deserve.
Paula Lehman, Annette Williams, Ramon Velez. So it was Paula, I think it's Lehman, Annette Williams, Ramon Velez, Dana Hoffman, Bill Robertson.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. Thank you. My name is Paula Lehman Tracy. That last name is Lehmanntracy. I am a paraprofessional at Maryland Avenue Montessori. Yay. I started in December of 2019. A couple years later, I joined the union. This year, I decided to volunteer to represent all the EAs at Maryland. And I'm proud to say that we have 100% participation in the union with the Maryland Avenue EAs. That speaks to our dedication to what we're doing, to each other, to the students, to our school. We love what we do. We all show up every day, and as you may or may not know, we don't get paid a whole lot as EAs. And now you're going to freeze our wages. One of the top reasons, I think, if you surveyed paraprofessionals and EAs, why do you do this job? It's hard work. We go home exhausted. We don't get that much pay. All of us have second or third jobs. I myself have 3 jobs. One of the reasons we do it is for the benefits. The benefits have been awesome. And the thought of losing those benefits, having to pay more, having to change last year, the possibility of having to change doctors, whatever, we don't need that. We don't need that. None of us do. We work 30 or 40 hours in our school, and then we work on the weekends, and we work all summer long if we can find a job. But we've actually, in the last few years, when we've had the steps increase and the salary increase, the cost of living, even above cost of living, I've noticed a change. We have higher retention among our staff, and we are attracting quality people to take the jobs, and we're keeping them. And that's been nice. And we have a very cohesive group of EAs. We are very, we work with each other, we're close to each other because we're coming back year after year. And the students see that too, and they recognize that we are there for them. And if you start to cut our pay, the word is out there that, yeah, you're gonna start low and you're gonna stay there, and you're gonna pay more and more for your benefits, you're not going to get the EAs. The EAs, known as the glue of the school.
Thank you.
Yes. So, not only the wages, but the benefits, these are things that we need to survive. And finally, the Milwaukee voters did not pass a significant funding referendum to see their public education workers' wages frozen and health care benefits cut or reduced, especially when they see this board and its superintendent adding high-paying central office administrators and cronies.
Thank you.
So we ask you, the
We have to
board,
go to the next speaker now.
to direct the superintendent to propose a 26-27
Annette
budget that
Williams,
prioritizes
Ramon
the
Velez,
workers. Full cost of living,
Dana Hoffman,
salary,
Phil
no
Robertson.
Hello, Dana Hoffman, Hoffman. I just retired in June after 32 years of teaching. Thank you. And one word sticks out to me, family. I came back to Hartford when we were asked for retirees to come back because my school was drowning. Sorry. I've had 3 children go through Hartford, and one of my babies is coming back to MPS as a school counselor in the fall. Hartford has been everything to my family. My daughter, who has autism, she just started her freshman year at Arts. All 3 of my girls went to Arts. And this district has been my family for 32 years. Thank you. I am nervous. We talk about family. Hartford is my family. But how can we talk about family and taking care of our kids and supporting our families when we can't go home to our families because we have to go to another job? I am blessed to be able to help my autistic baby start her freshman year before I came back to my family at Hartford. Please support us. Please take care of us. Can we take care of our babies? I'm known at Hartford as Mama Hoffman. I will always be Mama Hoffman. Please take care of us. Thank you.
Annette Williams, Ramon Velez, Phil Robertson. No? Okay. Kathy Robinson, Isaac Giardini, Matthew Coyne, Sarah Grutner. Just go ahead if you were one of the names.
Hey everyone, I'm Isaac Giardini, Jiardini. Born, raised, educated, and now educating in Milwaukee. I'm a third-year, sixth grade teacher at Bethune Academy. I have some questions and things to consider. I'm wondering how freezing wages and reducing healthcare benefits will help the teacher shortage. How will it affect the recruitment of future educators to MPS? How does this build trust and streamline our mission? And most of all, how does it affect our students? When you talk about freezing wages, it gives a two-faced look. A side where you expect educators to give time and energy and everything for our students, and another where you're not willing to do the same for your educators. This sends a clear and daunting message to new recruits, current staff, families, and the community at large. The message screams, we don't care. I hear a lot about investments in buildings and fancy things. Our greatest investment is the children of Milwaukee. Why on earth are we spending $22 million on facades, lighting, and things that highlight historical architecture and stained glass and things like that when the real change we want to see comes from the work our educators and support staff and everybody else within the building, boots on the ground, do every single day, regardless of the circumstances? I was an MPS student for 8 years. I felt the investment from quality educators, not the walls. I have seen what teachers can do for students. When you ask former students of any district, anywhere, at any time, what they remember, it is never the building, the gym, or the fancy playground. The teachers are what they remember, the impact they have on their lives. Our money should be spent retaining and hiring teachers, support staff, and community advocates. When you invest in educators and invest in their lives, they will protect your legacy. They will make your mission their own. Are we family or are we not? I need to know. As a 25-year-old, hoping in the near future to have the funds to have my own family, I gotta know. I feel like many others when I say I'm trapped because I love what I do, I love my school, I love my students, I love my city. I invest my own money into these kids regardless of my paycheck, and you know that. You see what I know, we see what you're doing. It's evil and malicious. We see you. I hope you see us. I hope you hear us. I hope you listen and try to understand. Thank you.
My name is Sarah Grutner, Gruettner. Dr. Casilius, I hope you realize the beast that you have awoken here tonight. I am a nurse in this district of 11 years, a proud MTA member, and a not so proud and quite frankly embarrassed MPS parent and alum. Several of your MPS nurses came to MPS from the city of Milwaukee. Health department. You know why they left in mass exoduses? Salary freezes. Fun fact, we aren't afraid to leave where we aren't appreciated. Far too often, the shortfalls of this board, administration, and district fall on the backs of the employees, and today we are here to tell you enough is enough. You asked the public for a $252 million referendum. You asked for a raise in property taxes to fund this district, and yet you are here finding yourselves in yet another hole. And here we are having to fight for our benefits, having to fight for a step on a salary schedule, and having to fight for a cost of living raise. This district, this administration, and this board continue to be the reason we are always trying to save ourselves from drowning. You don't complete paperwork on time. You don't supply schools or departments with what they need to complete their jobs effectively. You put more on the plates on the front line, and you take from us every single day. Meanwhile, you had no problem offering a position to somebody in Minnesota on administrative leave for failing to submit paperwork on time. The reason you are here tonight, the reason you sit there as the superintendent of Milwaukee
Can you please
Public
direct
Schools.
your comments to the chair?
Quite frankly, I think you knew exactly what you were doing and you didn't give a damn. Can you please provide the reason why the salaries at central office are so damn high while we get paid peanuts? Why did you accept a position with the salary you accepted, making more than the governor and the mayor, knowing the hole we were in? Far too often, you sit up here and spew your lies, your pacifications to the employees, families, and students of this district, and turn right around and continue with the same nonsense that you always have. If you need to find money, find it up top. We're tired of fixing your mistakes. We're tired of being the backbone of this district while you continue to slap us in the faces. Quite frankly, a vote for salary freezes, no cost of living raises, and cutting benefits is a vote against the hardworking staff of MPS. And let me tell you, the benefits in this district no longer outweigh the bullshit.
I just want to say, can people not use obscenities? We are broadcasting on radio, and we can't do obscenities, please. Okay, thank you.
All right, hello, my name is Matt Coyne, C-O-Y-N-E. I've been a substitute teacher in the district for 4 years now. I take a lot of pride in what I do. I take a lot of pride in my city. I'm always defending this district. I'm involved with the Substitute Teachers Union, and I usually call up our members about once every month to check in and hear what issues they're concerned with. Competitive pay and benefits are definitely at the top. Subs that I talk to are very aware when their checks are not right or when the district starts paying them less work hours per day or when income is not keeping up with inflation. So a lot of subs do ask me about health insurance. It used to be a thing for the ones that worked full-time. Now it is rarely offered. It is only reserved for subs that fill vacancies in the hardest to fill positions. We believe this option should be available for all subs that do commit to full-time work. Many substitute teachers that I've spoken with are ready to leave the district. I mean it. I mean, I've spoken to so many people who are straight up, they call me up because I've built a rapport with them. They say to me, I'm ready to quit. And I say, please don't, we need you. But anyways, many subs I've spoken with are ready to leave the district over our recent reduction in paid hours per day and the lack of benefits for the full-time work. I think choosing not to keep up with the steps or cost of living increase will only chase away more of the good teachers that this district needs, and ultimately, our public schools will be staffed by an increasing number of temp workers, many of whom do apply to MPS, but their applications seem to get tangled up or lost. I love my city. I love what I do. I really hope MPS will prioritize retaining and recruiting workers so our students can have fully staffed schools and classrooms. We can do better for our workers. We can do better for our kids. Thank you.
Kathy Robinson, Greg Lampark, Brittany Grayfig, Angela Harris. If I called your name, you can come up. And then there was Matthew Coyne? Oh, I'm sorry, he just spoke. Okay, then I put the other one in the wrong pile. Okay, go ahead, you can say your name and spell your last name for the record.
Brittany Grayfig, Grefig. Good evening. As everyone has expressed this evening, we want to recruit new staff and retain the dedicated employees we already have. We cannot freeze wages and cut health care benefits. These measures will not attract educators to our district, nor will they bring in more sign language interpreters, the field in which I work. Our district has long struggled with sign language interpreter shortages, and in my 16 years here in this district, the situation is now the worst it's ever has been. On a daily basis, we do not have enough interpreters to support our deaf and hard of hearing students who have the legal right to full access to their education. We also lack the staffing needed to provide interpreting services for our deaf and hard of hearing employees who have the legal right to complete access to their work environment. They rely on interpreters in order to perform their job responsibilities effectively. Addressing the shortage requires a competitive wages, healthcare, and healthcare benefits. Retaining the interpreters we have is essential, and wage increases are a critical part of that. Additionally, our pay scale must be expanded beyond the current 13 steps. Several interpreters have already maxed out and many others are close. Without additional steps, we risk losing experienced staff, something simply that we cannot afford when we are already understaffed with sign language interpreters. The interpreter agencies we contract are great. However, they cannot meet our daily needs. They do not have the capacity to fill the gaps on a daily basis. We urgently need to keep the interpreters we have and make this district a place where new interpreters want to work. I respectfully ask to make the decision that supports both our students and staff. Increase wages, additional pay steps, and do not cut our health care benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Angela Harris, Harris. I am a proud second grade teacher at Milwaukee Academy of Chinese Language. I am here speaking tonight on the 2026-27 Finance and Budget First Look. I want to talk about the quiet part that isn't being said out loud. The administration's presentation doesn't explicitly announce a wage freeze or increased health insurance costs, but it repeatedly describes a structural imbalance, announces upcoming reductions, and frames salary increases as scenarios that would need to be offset. For educators, that is not abstract. That is a clear message. In my classroom, when scholars are trying to avoid accountability, I tell them, don't whisper your intentions, say it with your chest. If this is the plan, then administration needs to do the same. Because what this budget quietly prepares educators for is clear. It prepares educators to absorb inflation without a guaranteed cost of living adjustment and a salary schedule step. It prepares us for uncertainty around healthcare by naming growing costs and proposing insurance audits without any commitment to protection. And it prepares the administration to claim they value priorities like literacy, safety, and welcoming schools while destabilizing the workforce that's responsible for making it happen. And let me be clear, educators aren't opposed to fiscal responsibility. We know all about that. But the fiscal responsibility must start at the top. If administration is asking educators to accept wage stagnation and healthcare uncertainty, then it must first demonstrate that it has exhausted every option at the top. Administrative layers, redundant contracts, and consultant dependence before touching the people who actually educate the children. You cannot build trust through implication, you cannot lead through hints, and you cannot claim transparency while leaving educators to read between the lines of a budget forecast. If this is the direction the administration is taking, then say it out loud. Say it with your chest so we can show you what we do when education is under attack. We stand up and fight back.
Thank you. Greg Lampard, Kathy Robinson, Samuel Michael, Cameron Yelk.
Hello, I'm Greg Lampark, Lampark. I'm starting out by saying I'm a proud resident of the city of Milwaukee, proud MPS educator in my 14th year, and I'm a proud union member. I'm not going to belabor on a lot of the same things that have been talked about, but I'm up here concerned for our most vulnerable workers and our new educators. I was hired in 2012 and I firsthand experienced the pay freeze, and it's very demoralizing. So I'm up here to advocate for the new teachers to give them something to hope for so they don't go through the same demoralizing effect that I experienced. Second of all, I went out and I canvassed for the referendum, and this was a promise. So please stand by the word and do the right thing. That's all I have to say.
Hi, my name is Cameron Yelk. Yelk is Y-E-L-K. I know you guys have heard a lot of the same thing tonight, but I do think it's important that I still come up here, even if it feels redundant, because I think it's important that you see how many of us feel the exact same way, and that we're willing to stay here 4 hours after a long work day that was probably hard for everybody, because we think it's important to be here and to let you guys know what is at stake. So like I said, my name is Cameron Yelk. I teach 8th grade here in MPS at Congress School. My first year teaching was fall 2021. I was freshly 22 years old. Students were returning from virtual learning. So I've never known anything even remotely close to an easy teaching job. And although it's gotten rough and behavior district-wide seems to worsen each year, I keep coming back because I love my job, I love my students, I love my coworkers, and I love this community, and they love me back. I go where I am supported and where I am valued, and Milwaukee Public Schools is attempting to make it very clear tonight that they do not value or support me. I show up to work every single day, even when it's hard, and it is often very hard. I am a single income household and I live alone in the city of Milwaukee. I can barely survive the summer months with no paycheck, and I have to work a part-time second job year-round and then full-time in the summer to be able to pay my bills from June to September, and even then it's hard. I am currently in graduate school trying to pay for a master's program so that I can become a better teacher for my kids, getting a reading teacher certificate because I want them to be better readers and I really care about my students. The idea of a salary freeze and healthcare cuts is a slap in the face to teachers who keep this district going. I'm already trying to avoid doctor's visits when injured because I can't afford the copays, and now it's going to be harder for the healthcare that we need. Additionally, it's no secret that we have a staffing shortage. I've seen it every single year firsthand that I've been in this district. If the district moves forward with the proposed cuts, I have no doubt in my mind that the staff shortage will worsen expeditiously. Why would anyone stay in a district that does not care enough to pay them what they are worth? Why freeze my salary when my rent and my cost of living goes up every single year? Why freeze my salary and then also make me pay more for health care? I'm tired of the false praise and appreciation for teachers. If you truly value your district and the staff that make it, you will prove it by doing the right thing. You have the opportunity to show this staff here that you do value our work and you do care about our quality of life and ability to afford rent. Please stand with us, support a full 2.63 COLA, steps, no health care cuts. If you don't, I have no doubt that plenty of the people in this building and this district will find a district who will.
Hi, my name is Sam Michael. I am the special ed teacher at Browning Elementary, and this is my first time giving a public testimony. When anyone who has spent 5 seconds as a teacher understands the importance of a raise. As an educator, I would argue that some of us deserve a 5% raise to 10% raise. While this cannot be done, I was absolutely floored when I heard about the COLA being cut. Why are we giving administrators $300,000? Why are we giving central office workers up to $200,000? Why are we giving them that much money and then asking, gee, how are we going to afford everything? Now we have the answer to the question. We can afford this by cutting central office. That is the answer that everyone is giving here. So it goes without saying that keeping healthcare benefits in check, keeping them as is needed. Plenty of people here have health conditions. Plenty of people here have to go to the doctor on a regular basis, and they should not have to worry about going bankrupt. Plenty of people here who are working 2 or more jobs should not be doing that. It is absolutely surprising to me. I'm a second-year teacher, and I am absolutely floored by how much poverty there is in the educational system. we absolutely need this COLA funding. We need the STEP program in place, and we need our education, we need our healthcare intact. With that said, if the school board does not do the right thing, there are plenty of people who will primary you guys. You guys should do the right thing, not only to stay in office, but to help out teachers, and because it is the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Kathy Robinson, Jennifer Lopez.
Somebody was supposed to be reading for Kathy, but they're not here now. So Kathy Robinson, Robinson. I'm read for her.
Okay, thank you.
And she sent it in 2 parts. MPS education workers will be rallying outside of, wait a minute, where's? First, let me start off by saying I'm an MPS parent and employee for 27 years. I currently work at Ginsland as a children's health assistant. I also working as a nursing home. I can't be at the meeting tonight because I'm working my second job, but I still want you to know what I have to say. I'm here to talk about health care. I am an 8-year breast cancer survivor, and I can assure you that if I didn't have MPS insurance, I wouldn't be here today. The insurance I have, okay. She sent, okay. Current Children's Health, I also work in a nursing home. Wait a minute. The insurance I have with MPS paid for a lot of things that other insurances wouldn't have covered, such as the reconstruction of my breast. That means a lot to me as a woman. Regarding my pay, I have been working 2 jobs for 28 years because the pay I receive at MPS does not cover all my expenses, and the cost of living is going up every year. I urge you to vote for pay increases and to keep our insurance the same. Kathy Robinson, Ginsland, and CHA. While I'm up here, can I say what I gotta say now, or I gotta
Yeah,
wait?
if you could say your name and spell your last name.
My name is Yvette Reeves. I work at Ginsland. I'm trying to make this quick. I've been with MPS off and on since 2019. I left because I was having a nervous breakdown in 22, but I came back because my son went into hospice because he had cancer. My son has since passed. He asked me to stay. I'm not gonna lie. I love South Carolina, but I'm gonna stay. I'm staying up here because I do have a granddaughter to help take care of. I'm at Ginsland, and I work in a comprehensive unit with special needs children. When y'all do y'all walkthroughs, y'all don't really see what's going on because you come in really quick. You come in really quick, and usually it's in the morning time when they're pretty good behavior, except for the time the little girl tried. Do you remember the little girl tried to raise your dress skirt up? That's the classroom. I'm in that classroom. Well, I wasn't going to speak, but when I was talking to Ms. Hicks and I told her I finally had my surgery, she said, "Where's your cane at?" My cane is in the car. My walker is in the car. I have pushed myself to get back to work because, like everyone else, I can't afford to miss work. So I had my surgery December 9th. I came back to work January 20th. I had physical therapy Tuesday. I was hurting still today from physical therapy Tuesday. But I had to be here just to hear what y'all was saying. But when I spoke to Ms. Hicks, I said, I have to come up here too because it's hard on my pay. And I'm going to school. I will be graduating. My last class, my teacher student is this fall, which means this time next year, I will be a teacher. Please don't let me regret that. I'll be 60 years old next February, next year.
Come on. Good job.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jennifer Lopez. I am a 6th and 7th grade teacher at Manitoba School. Sorry, Lopez. My testimony today is to remind you why paying our staff members is important and attracting and retaining staff is key to our student success. I'm a proud product of MPS, It's been a part of me for as long as I can remember. I began my journey in 1981. Yes, I said 1981. As a student, graduated at Red Cat for life, at Bayview High School in 1994, and now a teacher for almost 20 years. I love every day going to work, and I love to see those smiling kids every day even more. I've seen this district through many ebbs and flows, and it breaks my heart to see us struggle so much. How is it that we can't come together and figure things out for kids? All titles and egos aside. How is it that we have to remind you that teachers and staff are the heart of MPS? We are in the day-to-day struggles and celebrations with our kids. We are their constant when some of their worlds are in chaos. We are the ones who make sure they are being taken care of not only at school but at home as well. We step up when the kids need us, whether it's a snack, school supplies, coats, shoes, you name it, deodorant, chapstick, extra reading help, a listener, or just a hug. And I'm talking every time. Teachers and staff that are the true lifelines in the schools. We are in the trenches and teaching and learning every day. It is the teachers and staff who take your ideas, your plans, and your whatever the trend the district wants to push and bring them to fruition. It is us in the trenches. And it is us who wear so many extra hats on a daily and still try to teach to all kids while constantly pivoting to make the day as productive as possible under such under-supportive, underfunded, understaffed circumstances. Teachers and support staff are what keep MPS breathing, period. In order to keep our quality of care and educating the whole child, we need to attract and retain professional and licensed staff who have the skill and will to show up for our kids every day. We need to provide educational experiences and opportunities that surpass average, because average is no longer acceptable. We won't be able to do that unless we pay the staff what they are worth and keep the benefits stable and affordable. This is my first time going public about my fight with breast cancer in August, and if you change and mess with my health care and my pay, Lord knows I'm coming for you. Because let me tell you, it's not easy getting up every day, but I do it for the kids, and I have plenty of staff and colleagues who are going through the same thing, so thank you for listening.
Ted Catalan? Ted? Okay, thank you. And then Wanda Welsh. I think it's just one, maybe just a first name, Sereth. And Rebecca Frieda. If I called any of those names, you can just come up and, thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me come up here. First, a shout out to the Hartford Avenue
Could
family.
you say your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure,
Thank you.
Catalano. The Hartford Avenue family, Mrs. Lamars, was my kindergarten teacher. God rest her soul. She was marvelous, and I loved it there. But I want to first congratulate you, all of you, for putting back the Italian immersion school. I believe Highmount got that through your decision, if I'm thinking right. And I'm very happy about that, perché sono italiano. So I also want to congratulate you for getting out of the mess of the financial situation that you were in. You came in after that to right this ship, and I'm very happy about that you'll right this ship. This is a beautiful place. I love MPS. I love my kids. I love my staff. I couldn't be more happier than being a math teacher at Bradley Tech, and that's where I'm at. It's a marvelous place. We have marvelous staff. You've heard from many of them here tonight. We're well represented. It's a great school, but I've been in MPS since 2001. It's a second career for me. I love it, and I've gotten a lot of great stories from kids who I've once taught telling me what a math teacher I am. And I'm not saying that to boast. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that because I do my best every day to try to get math into their minds because it's important. And I love, again, my kids, and I just want to say one of the most fabulous situations, I just had an accident just recently, and as I laid on the road after the accident, and I had two people holding each hand. On my left was a marvelous woman with the voice of an angel, telling me I'm going to be all right, and then an ambulance was on its way. The second was a male. His name was Santino, I'll say it. And he said, Mr. Catalano, you were the best math teacher I had at Pulaski High School in '05, and 20 years ago, and I will not leave you until that ambulance comes. I've been blessed to have the students I've had. I've been blessed for the staff members that I've been with through all these years since 2001. It's been a marvelous ride. I want it to continue, but please be fair to us. We work hard. We work long hours. We do our best for each child to get them on the right road so that we can see them doing the right things after they leave our schools. All right? God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Wanda Welch Steffens, WELCH-STEFFENS. We are not your enemies. We are your friends. I would like to share with you 5 reasons why it is important for you not to cut salaries, because if you freeze salaries, it's a cut. Impact on student achievement. Research indicates a strong link between teacher pay and student outcomes. One study found that 10% increase in salaries could lead to 5 to 10% improvement in student performance. Conversely, reduced compensation has been linked to negative repercussions because staff will quit. And I can tell you right now, I know that we make a difference. I personally looked at my test scores. Because I am there every day working with my students, they improved. Also, these cuts will worsen teacher shortage. How in the world can you get teachers and retain them if you are making cuts or doing freezes? Higher pay is a critical tool for recruiting. We must recruit and retain quality educators. When salaries are cut, districts struggle to compete with other districts. It is unfortunate that we are even thinking such a thought. I urge this board to use its intelligence and think about the repercussions. Increased turnover and absences. Don't you know if we make these cuts, people will quit, and that shortage is going to impact whoever decides to stay. And I can guarantee you there will be a very small pool of people who decide to stay. Research shows that teachers with long commutes are more likely to leave the district, have higher rates of absentees, and receive lower observation scores. Why is that? Because we're not going to be able to retain teachers who have been in the district 5 years, 10 years, or more. You're going to get, hopefully, subs, and they'll probably leave as well. And finally, morale and mental health.
Thank you.
Just think about how this is going to impact everyone's mental health. I will tell you all this. Every single one of us in this room will be held accountable for the decisions that we make. Think about your decisions before you make them.
Thank you. Sarah, Rebecca Frieda, Quentin Claybon.
Hello, my name is Sareth Dees, D-E-E-S. I'm a proud member of the Milwaukee community. I'm also a proud member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Let's be clear, this question of cost of living adjustment is a targeted attack on the workers who are the backbone of our society. Cost of living adjustments aren't raises, and they should not even be in question, especially in a period when inflation is out of control. Teachers are anchors in the lives of our children, and they need stability and ease at home to bring their best to being educators and role models. Reducing their pay by denying this bare maintenance of wages, and it is a bare maintenance, will inevitably drive workers out of education. Students will lose familiar, trusted adults who support their learning, safety, and growth. The people here said it best, chop from the top. The superintendent should not make over $300,000 a year while teachers and support workers have to fight to stay afloat, working 2 or 3 jobs. Our communities are under attack by this threat to our educators and support staff. We cannot build safety, harmony, and prosperity in community without vigorous support for our teachers and workers who hold up the future in our children. If the demands of workers are not met, the people will stand up and fight back.
Thank you. With Rebecca, Frida, Quentin Claybon, Ray Duncan, William Fitzgerald. Thank you.
Hey all, Quentin Claybon, K-L-A-B-O-N. I'm going to talk about a different thing, and I'll keep it narrow. So first, thank you for impressing on voters, the board, and staff that decisive action is necessary to pass a structurally balanced budget. Thank you also for proving your urgency by reviewing all contracts. The Education Association does have that right. Far too many barnacles have attached themselves to Milwaukee Public Schools Hull. Far too many people are making money off the district with little to show for it. That is yet another way Superintendent Casalius is a serious person doing an impressive job. It is something previous foolish superintendents should have led. Remember, Milwaukee is one of the best funded big districts in America, most recently 11th highest among America's 100 biggest districts, and we should have more to show for it. So I speak to raise one important concern for you to explain. I apologize if I'm mistaken. The enrollment assumption slide says the district will lose just 910 students, or 1.4% of enrollment. Given past enrollment trends and a pandemic baby bust reaching kindergarten and first grade, that seems optimistic. 1,200 might be more appropriate. More critically, Rory Linnane of the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel reported Milwaukee Public Schools will lose 6 or 7 charter schools worth of students next year, 4 college preparatory and 2 or 3 Carmen. That is presumably an additional 3,000 students departing. The University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee charter meeting happened yesterday, so I think their departure is official. So decline might total 4,200 students, or 6.5% of enrollment, leaving in a single year. I do not think that is a nitpick. The difference in students times $20,000 per student is $66 million in lost revenue. I know it doesn't work like that exactly, but it seems like the district should account for a lot less revenue than they are on the assumptions on the slide. One might say because the district did not control non-instrumentality charter hiring, it changes your plans less than typical enrollment declines would. But Alan Borsick of the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel reported about $4,000 per non-instrumentality student stays with traditional district operations. So I think you're going to lose, I think you should anticipate a real loss of $12 million for what you control directly. Again, I apologize if I'm mistaken on that. I hope you can explain it and adjust the numbers if I am not, so you're not forced to make panic cuts in the future. Thank you.
Raymond Duncan, D-U-N-C-A-N. I'm here tonight to speak for the people who keep this district running every single day, our school workers, the people in classrooms, cafeterias, engineer offices, our schools who care for students. Let me be clear about what we are asking for: a full cost of living adjustment, a step increase, and no cuts to health care. This is not excessive, this is not greedy, this is the bare minimum required to keep up with the rising costs of living and to retain experienced, committed staff. At the same time, we've watched the superintendent's administration grow. We've watched new positions appear. We've watched outside consultants hired to do work that should already be happening within the district. And those contracts come with price tags that demand scrutiny. If there is money for expanding administration, there must be money to protect the people who directly serve students. Everyone that works in a school, if there is money for consultants, there must be money for the workers who build relationships, create stability, and keep classrooms functioning. That's why we are calling for a full audit of administrative growth and consulting contracts with measurable outcomes and clear value, not vague promises, not glossy reports, real accountability. And that audit must answer one fundamental question: who is more valued in this district, the students in the classroom or the layers of administration above them? Because when you shortchange school workers, you shortchange students. When workers are stressed, underpaid, and worried about healthcare, students feel it. Stability matters, experience matters, respect matters. Invest in the people who show up for kids every day, honor their work, protect their health care, pay them fairly. That is how you show this community and our students what you truly value. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Will Fitzgerald, Fitzgerald. I'm a third-year special ed teacher at Douglas Middle School. I'm a proud member of the MTEA. I'm also a proud member of Socialist Alternative and Union Members Against ICE. I want to start just by saying that the monstrous occupation and raid on Minneapolis and St. Paul public schools by ICE has been met with heroic resistance and initiative by none other than teachers, students, and community members there. But this is just another reminder that our jobs are changing. You know, we're expected to be educators, disciplinarians, emotional leaders, and the first and last lines of defense against ICE and other potentially deadly threats to our students at school. And the thing is, speaking personally, and I can speak for others here, I am more than happy to wear all of those hats to give our students and families the best possible chance to succeed and thrive. They're all I think about. But you simply can't ask teachers and staff to give everything we've got while giving us as little as you want in return. I'm here to speak against any wage cuts, freezes, any benefit cuts for MPS workers in the 2027 budget. It is unconscionable to me that after Milwaukee voters were put between a rock and a hard place 2 years ago and voted to pass a regressive property tax referendum to fund our public schools, our most basic wages and benefits are now on the chopping block too. It's frustrating to me that, you know, while this board pursues closing down many of our schools, including mine, and most of which are in the poorest zip code in our city, it still considers whether or not it's too costly to invest in our teachers as we endure a cost of living crisis. Our schools don't need a facelift. They need a heart transplant. We need ADA compliant schools, which we still don't have fully. We need lead fully removed from the schools, again, still don't have fully. And we need well-staffed, well-resourced schools in every single neighborhood. And we shouldn't have to choose between this and a basic standard of living. Our schools aren't underfunded because students and teachers are leaving. Students and teachers are leaving because our schools are underfunded. I'm in full support of COLA and a step. MPS workers who make our schools run deserve even more than just adjustments to skyrocketing inflation. We deserve a real raise. That kind of demand requires a fighting leadership at every single level of our public schools, not a leadership that simply accepts the terms that are set by them, by the corporate politicians in both parties who have engaged in gutting our public schools for decades and making the schools open season.
Thank you. Up next, we have Rebecca Frieda, Amanda McElhone, Harry Odell Bruce, and then Sarah Longley. Rebecca Frieda, Amanda McElhone, Harry Odell Bruce, and Sarah Longley. You can go ahead, Amanda.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Amanda McElhone, McIlhone. I am a fourth grade teacher in this district. Tighten our belts. I don't think I've ever heard something more disrespectful come out of someone's face in this building yet. Staff in this district have been tightening our belts for years. I've been teaching in this district for 20 years. I've been long enough for the life before Act 10, survived the 7-year pay freeze after Act 10, and here we are again facing this nonsense again. I work 2 part-time jobs in addition to my salary. I work extra jobs to provide the things for my students. Sorry, I lost my place. That my students need. I'm working extra jobs to buy things for my students. Great. Deep dive into central office. Got good. Let's look at that. Let's look at the administration fringe benefits, car allowances, gym memberships, cell phones, $40,000 plus raises every time their titles change. I'll take educational diva for $40,000, please. Redundant and effective costs. Let's look at the bosses of bosses of bosses. If we need so many damn bosses, maybe you have the wrong people running our schools. My principal just showed us another walkthrough tool that's been developed to micromanage educators. I'm guessing that team could be cut, or maybe it was a consultant or someone. Let's talk about the positions at central office who are monitoring teachers that are making sure that we're putting in the right things in the computer, but when we need help, no one comes because they can't be bothered. Literally, direct quote from Brian Babbitts, can't be bothered. But when the top-level administrators come to our buildings for a photo op, there's money for new paint teams to do deep cleaning and shiny new shit. Sorry. God forbid you look at our kids' learning environments the way we do every day. I'm tired of robbing my own house to provide supplies for my students. I'm not a unicorn. I watch my colleagues bring in food, clothing, supplies for our students who are struggling. We bank on outside entities like the owners choose to provide the things that we simply cannot. 126 teachers, 96 pairs, 36 CHA vacancies equals about $55 million. Roughly the same amount to fund COLA. You want my colleagues and I to tighten our belts? As my kids would say, you better go somewhere. This district functions because of those that are in front of children every day, not just for photo ops. We function in spite of you. 2.63 steps, no cuts to health care. That's the least you can do for us.
And then Ray Duncan, I think you're going to read Sarah Longley's statement. Thank you.
Yeah, Sarah Longley is at work right now.
Thank you.
Hi, Sarah Longley, Longley. Hi, my name is Sarah Longley. I'm a CHA at Marshall, and February 13th will mark my 30th year working for MPS. I've been at Marshall since 2006. I'm also a single mother, and throughout my career, I've worked anywhere from 2 to 5 jobs at once. Right now, I have 4. I can't be at the meeting tonight because I'm working one of those other jobs. My coworkers and I go above and beyond for our students. Many of us are single mothers, caregivers to elderly parents, and parents of MPS children, students ourselves. We juggle multiple jobs, long hours, and family responsibilities, and we still show up every day because we care deeply about our students. For example, we took students with moderate and severe special needs to scout camp near Mother Lake for 4 days each spring. We took them hiking, horseback riding, and gave them experiences many had never had before. It was a lot of work, and we weren't paid beyond our normal hours, but we did it because we cared. The workers who would be most impacted by a wage freeze are people like us. Freezing wages doesn't just hurt employees, it affects families and communities and increases debt and poverty citywide. Many of us are part of the sandwich generation, caring for our children and our aging parents. Many of those children attend MPS. We are MPS. Health insurance is one of the main reasons people stay in this district. Cuts would push people out. And with staffing shortages, many of us would be working 8 hours a day, not 6. Now, Superintendent Caselius and board members, my coworkers and I deserve 8 hours of full cost of living increase, step increases, and no cuts to health care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Harry Odell Bruce. I began as a paraprofessional in 2013 at Roosevelt Middle School of Arts. I'm currently a special ed resource teacher at the same school, Roosevelt Middle School of the Arts. This is the only school that I have worked at since being an employee for MPS. I'm also a member of MTEA. I'm asking you to value us as teachers, paraprofessionals, kitchen workers, security, and engineers. I stand here on behalf of black men, but not just black men, but all men that go into our school buildings faithfully every day to educate, cook, clean, counsel, guide, and protect our students. We love and value our students and one another. We treat our students as if they are our very own children by providing wisdom, hugs, snacks, rides home, and constructive criticism. Some of my coworkers have experienced being cussed out, spat on, hit on, or pushed by a student or even a parent. I've seen a teacher cry because of a student's verbal abuse towards her, only to come back and give it her best again and again. Educators and school employees come back every day because we value children, and it's how we make our living. We make our living by making a difference in the lives of children who are our students in our Milwaukee public schools. As teachers, we love on our students by showing them that they are loved, valued, valuable, important, and accepted for who they are. In my opinion, we need more strong men in our classrooms that value our children more than money and status, men that love building children up and valuing them. Freezing wages and making healthcare cuts will not attract them to MPS classrooms, but push them away to other districts. Along with my fellow educators and school employees, we simply want you to show us some love and value us by not cutting our pockets, but as superintendent and high-paid officials, cut your pockets and not ours. By doing so, MPS will be a better and greater school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Tamara Cherry, Anthony Hollowell, Christine Mahler-Yatchek, and Olivia McLean.
All right, Tamara Cherry, Cherry, first-time speaker. I'm here to address the egregious suggestion that there will be a wage freeze and or a cut to our medical benefits. You say that you want competent teachers and staff and understand that teachers impact students for the rest of their lives. As you said, we've all had that one teacher. You said that. But then you contradict that statement by saying that COLA and health benefits are too expensive to pay and that you'd rather take away from the teachers you claim to value instead of doing your job and looking at the financial imbalance within central office or wherever the discrepancies may lie. I'm not sure where they are, but they can't keep coming from us. Stop doing what's easy and actually do a deep dive into the budget, like you guys paid those contractors to do. Taking away from teachers already low pay doesn't create a structured balance. You're going to do irreparable damage to the district and the city of Milwaukee because you're going to lose competent staff and therefore hurt the students. MPS is the largest district in the state and has the most diverse population, but you're saying that the people who are the everyday boots on the ground educators don't deserve a living wage. Our students deserve competent teachers, but how when you're suggesting not paying us livable wages and making sure we're covered for our benefits? You want to put the entire burden of the problem of finances on our backs. You're going to lose teachers. MPS is already short teachers. Actually, there's a national teacher shortage all over the country. And you think by showing you don't care about us teachers, that the teachers will stay at MPS? No, our teachers, I'm sorry, we care for our students, but we can't stay if we can't survive. Our staff is diverse. Our student body is diverse. And we deserve to be treated as our hegemonic counterparts by giving our students an excellent education like they get at the other districts. Black and brown students deserve great teachers. Us black and brown educators deserve a living wage and satisfactory benefits. I'm a special education teacher for MPS, but I'm also an alumni. My parents were educators for MPS. My brother's an MPS alumni. My sons have attended MPS schools. And going forward, the future Milwaukee residents and families deserve to have competent teachers. But teachers like myself won't be staying because we can't survive if you cut our benefits and won't even give us the COLA we deserve. Lastly, I have loved ones who voted yes for the referendum. And they're now asking why, after everything, teachers like myself may be having a wage freeze.
Thank you.
Where did our money go, they ask. I'm not sure, but they're saying that you're trying to improve the district by attacking already underpaid population, educators. And then where does it end? You go for teachers, paras, safeties, CHAs, nurses. When does it end? Show us that you care about teachers and care about the staff. Leave our money and health insurance business alone. It's a village, and you're devaluing our educators. It's burning the village to the ground. We're a community. We have to do the best for our city and for our students. Thank you.
We have Anthony Hallowell, Christine Mahler Yatchek, Olivia McLean, and if you filled out a speaker slip but missed your name, please come to the mic.
I'm Christine Mahler Yatchek, M-A-H-L-E-R, no hyphen, Y-A-T-C-H-A-K. I've been working in this district full-time since 1989, and previous to that, part-time since 1983. I have 3 degrees from Marquette University, an undergraduate and 2 graduate degrees, all in education. So my perspective comes from both watching this district since that time and my education. My first comment is we're hearing stories over and over again about the extra jobs the teachers need to do in their personal time to survive. Teaching is not a 40-hour-a-week job. It's 50, it's 60, it's you never get the job done, you cannot keep up. So when you hear, I'm doing these other jobs, you need to also hear what's not being done for our students and needs to be done for our students. Then all the PD you're giving, all the extras you're pouring on our heads, you're wasting your time because it's falling over people who can't take it in. They're trying to survive. Second, we are losing and have lost students to charter and choice schools since 1989, and it keeps going. Why? Does someone want to send their child to a school that doesn't have teachers, with rotating teachers? And to be very crass, every one of those little heads is money in our pocket. We need to look at that and ask why. Every teacher, every classroom that doesn't have a teacher is lost learning. And the day you put a body in that room does not mean they start learning. It means you need to catch up and figure out what they have missed from the year they didn't have a teacher, from the year they had 6 subs, from the year the teacher came in, decided she hated and left, or he. It is an incredible impact on learning on our children. Experience matters. Because you put a human being in that room does not mean they know what to do. It means your PD doesn't teach them what to do. Your EE doesn't teach them what to do. They need to learn what to do by doing it. And when you get rid of teachers and have rotating walls of teachers and have teachers coming and going, you don't have a teaching staff. You have people standing in a room in front of students collecting a paycheck.
Thank you.
Next one.
We have
Our job is to
we have to go
increase.
to the next speaker. Sorry, it's
I
2.5
will. I'll write
minutes.
you a letter.
Yes, absolutely. You
I'm not done.
can email us your comments. Thank you.
Hello, directors. Hello, everyone. The last survivors. Woohoo! Union strong. My name is Olivia McLean, M-C-C-L-A-I-N. And I want to speak to the fear of having a teacher and essential staff shortage if you choose to go through with this very poor decision to cut the COLA. And this will create further problems for MPS. I fear that you're not attracting enough young people and retaining enough young people in this profession to replace all of the wonderful boomers who will be retiring. Because of the low pay, the insane workload, and quite frankly, the horrible working conditions. And I see this effect on teachers. Sorry, let me say that I'm a second-year substitute here at Milwaukee Public Schools, and I also did 2 months of long-term subbing at Rufus King Middle School. So that was like being a full-time teacher while being paid very poorly. So the effect on the students, for instance, at Rufus King, they did not have a teacher in their 7th grade math and science classroom for 5 months. It seemed like every hour they were just trading off between paraprofessionals and even special education teachers, just back and forth. So the students, they were not learning anything, to be quite frank. Similarly, at Riverside High School, a classroom, a social studies classroom for freshmen predominantly, had an Elevate teacher, a contracted teacher, via Zoom for 4 months. They were just AI searching everything, copying, pasting it into the discussion. If you asked them who Thomas Jefferson was, they could not tell you. Maybe they could tell you who was a president. That's about it. As a sub, last year, working almost full time, I made about $28,000. No benefits, no paid time off. We used to have about 1,000 subs in the district. We have 300 now. You can go on Frontline every single day and see tons of vacancies, I know people who have said they've never had a sub come in like 10 years to their school, to their classroom. And myself, I'm from West Bend. I went to Brown University. I received a Fulbright and taught English in West Africa. And I love teaching, but I don't think I can stay here at MPS because it's an insane ask. It's a really high demand. And the starting salary is horrible. And then you want to do stuff like this? Come on. In short, meanwhile, central offices, they give me the runaround whenever I have to chase my money. They can't find documents in MConnect. There's documents with no name on them, with no way to contact anyone, no date of when it was made. There's very lack of training for subs and no upfront communication about what it would mean to be a long-term sub or be benefits eligible. So I really suggest Ms. Sawa and Mr. Sinrem, you get back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Mary Grogan, Grogan. Really excited to be the last speaker. Thank you very much for listening to us for almost 3.5 hours. I'm a proud school counselor at Golda Meir. I'm also a former school board member in rural Wisconsin through Act 10. I'm also a former school board member in suburban Milwaukee during COVID. So I've sat in your seats. I know how hard it is. I just want to remind you that you're elected officials and you're the checks and balance. It's administrators' job to try to get as much past you as possible, and especially when it comes to education, and they're hoping that you'll trust and believe everything they're saying. But as elected officials, you're supposed to listen to the electorate, to the people who are on the front lines, and we hope you'll listen tonight. And I hope you'll at least give all of these public comments a lot of thought and reflection, and at least, give us the cost of living and do not take our benefits away. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think that was it. For the administration.
Director Fonz had his hand up.
Can I just let the administration make comments, and then I'll go around to board members?
Chair Zambor, directors, and audience members, thank you so much for your impassioned testimony and for caring for our children so much and for fighting for yourselves and for the children and for your working conditions. It is the job of the union to do that. And so we completely appreciate having you here tonight and sharing your stories with us and suggestions for how we could do this budget. I think, Chair, one of the things that I want to make sure is that the public knows that there are no proposals on the table. As the new superintendent, I may be bringing a different process to Milwaukee than has done before. I'm not sure if budgets have been completely the proposal of the superintendent. I think it's my job to listen to the people as well and to listen to our schools and to present transparently the condition of the district's finances. We inherited quite a challenging budget this year, and we are trying to even still get to the bottom of where every single dollar is. We have talked to you back in December about the incredible deep dives that we have to do into all of our contracting. I hope to remind the general public and all of you that there is this organization is $1.6 billion. We have hundreds of contracts, if not thousands, that we are looking into. We are doing deep dives into our entire central office and everything. But I think it's my critical responsibility to the public and to all of you to be transparent, to be honest with the numbers, so that we know what we can afford. The state currently has a $2.37 billion budget. They had a $4 billion budget last year, and it is unfathomable that they gave children a zero increase in state aid. And so we need all of us to go and ask for this $2.37 billion to our kids. And I just want to say, this is a process. So what I'm bringing to the Milwaukee board is a process. This is the first step of looking at the costs. Because salaries are 80%, I bring this first. And so I just want to make sure that you understand all of the implications of every decision that you have to make. I will also be bringing cuts, deep cuts into the district, both contracting and also central office and across the board. There's just no way at it. We already have transportation study going on, nutrition, looking at our nutrition costs. All of those costs I will be bringing to you over the next 2.5 months. So I just want you to know, as we look at all of the different types of decisionary impacts that you are going to have to make, I am open to all of your suggestions, and so I'm interested in the board's feedback on your priorities and what those priorities are. As we continue to listen, we will also have a series of sessions out into the public as well. Every district I've been in, we bring the budget out, we bring out and ask what their priorities are, and so that I can bring that back to you, because my job is to listen and to bring you a budget that is reflective of what the public is saying is their priorities, what our staff is saying is their priorities, and what we know to be true on our revenues, and creating a balanced budget by June. So I look forward to your questions tonight and hearing more about your priorities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go around if board members have priorities that you would like to make sure get considered as we go through the budget conversations and budget process. Who would like to start?
Chair Zomber, members,
Yes.
one other thing, just if there are any other analysis, I know that Chief Sava said that as well, if there are things that you heard or things that you would not like for us to bring back to you as well in terms of data or analyses, we're happy to do that.
Thank
I'm
you.
also happy to share all of the administrative costs for the entire district very transparently as well. Thank you.
Director Fons.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. I move that we accept the administration's report
there-
and,
Oh, there's
Excuse
not
me?
okay, it wasn't an act, there's no action item, but okay. You don't want to discuss it first? Okay. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I move that we accept the administration's report and direct the superintendent to present the board with a proposed budget that will retain current staff and attract new staff. And we should do this by a full, could you withhold, please? Full cost of living allowed per law, a salary step for all eligible workers, no cuts to health care benefits, conduct a comprehensive full searching review of all MPS contracts to find savings, and principals will share a proposed school budget to staff and family input in February. That would be my motion. Do you want the text?
Wait a second. Seconded by Director Reza. Okay, I still would like to go over, I guess now we have to just speak to the motion. Other board members? Director O'Halloran?
Can you just speak more about the second part with the budgets? The principals will present the budgets in February. I just want to know what that part, like, pretty much on board, but just want to understand what that means.
Right, I think sometimes when budgets come down, we don't know exactly where the numbers are at. And if the principals are presenting them to staff and to the community, it's more clearly understood by the larger community. So sometimes things are fuzzy, and I think when the principals put forward what exactly that's going to mean in your building, it's more of a realistic program. And I think that's an easier way for people to kind of digest what the budget is going to mean.
Follow up. And just to be clear, you want that in February?
Yes.
Can administration tell me if that type of level of information would even be ready in February?
Administration.
Chair Zambor and members, we are scheduled for a February 5th meeting to dive a little bit deeper into some of the reality of the budget. I was hoping that the board would be able to see, after getting the 3 audits back, having chance to see Mr. Chasen's 5-year forecast, and just do this in the order of being able to better understand the implications of the strain on the current budget. I have been very clear since I came that we have a $100 million shortfall. If we were to add the additional $55 million, we would have a very significant challenge to match that up with cuts. So I just want to give you enough time so that you know what the cuts are that will have to be made, because I can promise you, when we get to that point of having to make cuts, we are going to have a lot of, it is going to be very, very challenging to make all of these cuts. I'm not saying I don't want to give everybody a raise and COLA and everything. I am on record, of wanting teachers to get more pay. I was a teacher. I know what it's like as a single mother. The issue is, I just believe that you need the transparency and you need to know the reality of all the other cuts too that need to be made to bring in a balanced budget. And I think that that's responsible.
I just want to say, on your motion, and I appreciate you bringing forward a proposal for a full COLA, but hear me out. We heard a lot tonight about people at the top of the salary schedule and chopping from the top. And a full COLA also gives a full COLA to people at the top. And so I think we should actually have administration bring other scenarios back that could consider options to have maybe COLA bands. And I'm not directing administration to do this right now, but if we take a look at how we're allocating these adjustments, if we just do a flat COLA across the board that's a percentage, we're going to continue to have people at the top of the scale that continue to pull further away from people at the bottom of the scale. And as higher paid employees receive larger dollar increases, even though lower paid employees feel the effects of inflation more, when inflation goes up, gas, rent, food, those are expenses that our lowest paid employees have fewer ways of reducing their spending otherwise. Inflation is actually higher than average for all of those necessities. So I appreciate the full COLA. I just want to be really careful that we're not boxing ourselves into a corner. I think we have to be thoughtful and careful in this budget process. We could take the same amount of money for that 2.65. You could do even a flat dollar increase would actually, hang on, that's a COLA. I'm still saying get your steps. That's an option. You could have tiered COLA bands. You could do a hybrid approach. And I think we just have to have the conversation. I also am really worried about, I don't want to see our lowest paid workers continue to fall behind every time. It's easy to just do a flat % increase across the board for cost of living. I think we do need to look at salary caps for some of the highest paid employees. I think looking at some of the hardest to fill positions, looking at special education teachers and comprehensive behavior units, autism units, early childhood self-contained units, CHAs, paraprofessionals, safeties. I just want us to, I don't want us to rush into something and then accidentally, while trying to do something good, cause harm. So I'm very hesitant right now to say a full COLA, because a full COLA is a full COLA for every single employee in this district, and I don't know if that's consistent with what we heard tonight. Okay, other board members. Director Vanoy.
Yeah, I have a question on the resolution. You called for principals to do the budgets. I thought we were centralizing the budgets.
Chair Zambor and Director Vanoy, principals will still do their budgets. They will get allocated out funding for their staffing, and we're trying to provide more equity across the district in terms of how our schools are staffed, so that the schools that have been understaffed, we heard so many stories this evening, will get adequate staffing. And so principals still have a lot of voice in that, and in collaboration also with their building committees and their parent committee, their parent engagement committee as well.
Okay, follow up. We will still make sure that everybody has, like, after-school activities and everything the same, and everybody will be equitable across the board as much as we can?
Chair Zambor, Director Vanoy, the reason that I'd like for you to get all of the information, remember, we don't have to pass this budget until June, so we do have time. And I just want to make sure that you know, and we have time for us to get down to the legislature too and demand more. So I think that there is, there's just a lot of opportunity here to be able to give you all the information that you need to make those decisions. So you're asking me about co-curricular activities. Right. Absolutely, I want to do co-curricular activities. We didn't do it in June because I was just getting here and trying to understand the budgets. So we did it in the fall because we thought we had the additional revenue to be able to do it in the fall. We did that for $2 million. Will the board decide that that's got to go? I hope not, because it services directly to kids. But I don't know what you all are going to have to decide on in terms of your choices. So I can only give you the options. And so I want to be able to give you the full table, and then let you make the decisions on what you think has to be cut. And I'm happy to do that fully with our MTA partners as well, so they can see it very transparently. I understand we could do both, but you have to know what the cuts will be, because those are going to hurt. There are going to be things that people love, are their favorite things, and they are going to say, you can't cut it. And by the time we get to not cutting anything, you know what I mean? So I just want to share that with you. And it's horrible to have this balanced budget, but we are in this painful spot right now.
Director Herndon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For me, I'd like to see all of the numbers, exactly what you're talking about, the good, the bad, and the ugly. That's what I want to see. I don't think we could make a legitimate decision without laying it all out, and that's sitting here all night tonight. That's where my head was. We didn't have the information sufficient enough to make a decision tonight in the first place. Secondly, everything wasn't there in black and white. And I want to see it all. And I think we should all sit down and have a board session, if you will, if that's what it takes, to put everything on the table and then have the community meetings and take it from there.
Director Reza.
I just want to thank the teachers coming here, speaking, telling us your story.
Mm-hmm.
It is very important that we listen to you, because you are the backbone, you are the front line. You are teaching our future. But I do want to, make it clear that we do need to have transparency and accountability in the budget. We need to see the numbers. We need to ensure that we get enough funds, not only just for our schools, but also for our staff, and making sure that our students have what they need. So thank you.
Director Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to fundamentally see a different way for us to decide the budget. I fundamentally don't believe it's the superintendent's job to give us a budget. I don't think it's our job to give her a budget, and I don't think it's our job to give them a budget. So I'd like to see a process that's more inclusive of everybody, and we heard them tonight. I sat down a couple of weeks ago with a lot of teachers from different schools in my district. They had amazing ideas for things we can do to improve the working conditions for them, for themselves, and for the students in the schools. And so altogether, ultimately, I'd like to see a budget process that includes everybody. And I don't think we accomplish that by the board imposing something on the superintendent, vice versa. We need to do it together. So I think anytime you're spending or making a $55 million promise, that's something that should be made with careful consideration. And I come from a household where I can barely spend $55 without a process between my wife and I. And so I'd like to see that process be a little bit, be very thoughtful and thought out and done together. So I appreciate everybody, any opportunity that we get to hear from teachers. You guys really are the frontline workers. You're of incredible value to the district. And of course we all want a budget that accomplishes showing that value for our teachers. I just think we need to make sure that the process that we do that is one where we all can be intelligent in terms of the decisions that we're making. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Director O'Halloran, and then Director Simpson.
Thank you. So on one of the slides, it was slide 21, and it is relevant to the motion on the floor. So for planning for the 2026-27 budget, can you speak more about for the strategic planning and budget committee meeting on February 5th? Because what I'm hearing from, my colleagues is that maybe we need more information. And so I'm hoping to understand, as the chair who is absolutely willing to convene this committee, just, the confidence that we'll have while we're hearing maybe that numbers still need to be nailed down. What is the confidence level looking at this slide that we can deliver all of these things, which may help my colleagues come to a more informed decision?
Administration.
Chair Zambor, Director O'Halloran, thank you for the question. On February 5th, we are hoping that Mr. Chason would be able to review his 5-year forecast, and also in the context of past 5-year forecasts to the position of the district. We also want to speak to the audits that we recently finished in terms of our structural imbalance and where we think we might have a shortfall, and also then begin the conversation with the board about how we correct the 26-27 and start really restraining our spending. Already in this year, we started in the adjustments in October by not spending all the revenue that we've got in for special education. We bought down the vacancy adjustment. As many of you know, we have a $75 million vacancy adjustment, which is also not structurally sound budgeting. And it's hard for everybody else to understand. It's like positions that go vacant, we recoup those costs, so we kind of depend on it. But if we actually fill the positions where the teachers out here were saying we need to fill these positions, then we would be short another $75 million. And this has been the practice in the district for many, many years. And it's just not structurally responsible to continue to do that. And so we need to make sure that we deal with the vacancy adjustment as well. So I just want to be able to give you all of this information on past practices, past forecasts, so you completely understand where we are in every single dollar and how it's been spent. The deep dives, however, will not be completed with the contracts just yet. I mean, there's thousands, hundreds of contracts. And we're also, I told my team that they need to look at their departments and make sure that every single position that they have is essential. If it's not essential, or if it's vacant, we need to reconsider that, and then there's no new hiring. So unless it's an absolutely mission-critical position, and I just need to inform the board of some of those operational challenges that we have for even the 26, 27, so that we get control of spending and not add to the gap that we currently already have.
Any follow-up?
So just to be clear, February 5th, that's kind of, a preview, but we feel confident because I know some of the numbers we're still nailing down. But we think the 5-year forecast, the structural imbalance, we should have numbers that we can stand behind at that date for consideration. And the reason partially why I'm asking this is normally in January, we talk about parameters and timeline. So this is moving up a lot of the discussion. So this is a new kind of uncharted territory. Aside from, we usually do bring the 5-year forecast, but some of these discussions about what we're locking in for the budget are happening much earlier. And so I just want to make sure that the numbers that we're hearing now are numbers that we can believe in 10 days and 10 years.
Chair Zomber, Director O'Halloran, really good questions. And for transparency, I shared last year that I wanted to start in October. I'm used to starting a lot earlier because of the public process that I want to have with budgets, to make sure that people are listened to, that they get out there, there's no surprises, they know what the position is. But because we have, our finances are just in a tough shape right now, and I just need the time to be able to do that engagement, so I moved it up. Otherwise, I think that we would be springing things on people in May, and I think they deserve the chance to see these things earlier, give their opinions, and share their thoughts on the budget, and it be a very, very public, transparent process, and that's why I moved up the timeline. It's complicated because our audits came in late, and so because our audits came in late, that then stops up Mr. Chasen from getting his work done, so we wanted to make sure to be able to give Mr. Chasen a chance to get his forecast done with our audits and square that with our team as well.
Director Simpson?
Thank you. So first of all, thank you to Director Fons for bringing forward the motion. I absolutely think we have to give our staff the cost of living adjustment. I think we absolutely have to maintain benefits. We've heard so much about the love, not only for their students, but for the school, for each other, for the community. I know many of us here on the stage have a long history in MPS ourselves with teaching and family and our own children, and to not, it really does feel like a slap in the face or a stab in the back for them not to get COLA. I think that this has also been a very tumultuous year with a lot of, many people spoke about sort of that dump of work on their shoulders, and it's the money, but it's also the message that I think we're sending our staff. So I appreciate the motion, and I will continue to ask for, the COLA and benefits. Sorry, I'm not feeling well, so I hope I'm making sense. But I also understand what Director Zombor was saying about that sort of like flat out COLA and being careful about sort of like the top salary earners getting even more. So I worry about the flat out because I also agree with that. So I'm not sure how to reckon that in my head. I do have two things. One, I was wondering when you expect principals to be able to present budgets to their staff, because I know like school engagement councils do have to sign off on that. And I know that, I know in the past we've heard from principals like, oh, we had to cut our art teacher in half or whatever. So what month would are we expecting principals to have their budgets?
Administration?
Nick Sinram, Budget Director. Thank you for the question. I've said very openly that we love data. We want to make sure to provide you with any of the information that you need to make your decisions, as well as our principals. We anticipate having budgets for principals by the end of February, but we do need the time that's necessary to do this deep dive and understand very clearly how much money is going to be available to prioritize for our schools. And so we do ask for that time to work through this process, with the timeline ending in May, and with a target to get budgets to principals by the end of February.
So would March be a month that they might be going to, because school engagement councils have to sign off on the budget, and they have to present it to staff, so would March be the month that, I'm just kind of trying to, in my head, think about a timeline for.
Great question, Nick Sinram, Budget Director. Typically, that work would start concurrent with their budget development, so I think that would make sense to start that engagement even now, and then as well as through March.
Okay. And then the other thing I was wondering is if there is a way to, and I don't have the wording for it, but on page 12 or slide 12, where it's lists the budget priorities, is there, maybe some of my brilliant colleagues could find a way to do it, but something in there about, I don't know, giving our staff wages, I don't know. If there's somewhere that we could put this in, because you were talking about how in February we usually do like our parameters and our priorities, is there a place we can house that where we're talking about the cost of living, or I don't know.
Can I just, one thing we should remember, I think we need to do formal motions for bargaining for our bargaining unit. So we should time that properly on a day when we can have those conversations to do those formal motions for each bargaining unit that's a certified bargaining unit. And then give administration the permission to bargain.
Can we make that the motion? No. I don't know.
Director
To
Fahn?
speak in favor of the motion, the larger picture is that since the 1980s, the richest people in this country now make 38 times as much as they did, the billionaires. And the state legislature is sitting on billions and billions of dollars in surplus. And they force us now to go to referendum in a way to divide people against public institutions. And it's working really, really well. We have our city government now blaming Milwaukee Public Schools for property tax increases when we are being starved of resources for the best institution in our state and in our country. And it's working, and a little criticism to the crowd, we're not your enemy, right? We are allies of people in this city, even some of the suits. So I'm speaking in favor of the motion because we need the real numbers, and sometimes we don't get the real numbers. So this would set the parameters of what we're going to spend so that we know, because we don't always hear the real numbers, to be honest. So I'm speaking in favor of the motion, and I think the board should pass the motion.
Any other board members? Director Simpson?
So however we all vote, should the month change to March then in the motion instead of February?
I'd be open to that, yes.
I am very uncomfortable waking up tomorrow morning and reading headlines saying the board essentially spent money before seeing the budget. I'm very nervous about that. So I I support our workers, and I want there to be cost of living adjustments, and I want there to be salary schedules and step movement and no cuts to health insurance, but we haven't seen the numbers, and that's a really scary headline to wake up to tomorrow morning, and I'm just not comfortable doing that. Director Ferguson.
And I'd like to say, I mean, I'm uncomfortable voting tonight on the motion because while I 100% agree with my colleague, it's a process. We have until June to pass the budget. We should be responsible, and I just hate when we as a district, we make decisions without the proper information. So this is a bigger picture for me, much bigger than even the scope of the motion. It's how we do business as a district. And I'm sorry? This is a service, and that's right. And when you're spending public service, when you're spending public dollars, we should do that responsibly. And that there's no disagreement whatsoever. I think everybody on this stage, I think I can speak for my colleagues on this board. We all 100% agree that we should give that cost of living increase because it's not a raise. It is keeping pace with inflation, and we agree with that. But we want to do that responsibly, with everything, all of the information before us. And I'm 100% behind teachers, and anybody who knows me knows that. And so it's something that we should not do just without the full scope of information that we need. For all we know, there's no proposal even on the table tonight. The superintendent may, as the process runs its course, she may even present a budget that gives exactly what we're asking for. We don't know that.
Director O'Halloran.
Just one last point. So I think what you were looking for, the kind of verbiage, if you go back to January 2024, under the old process, we used to bring forward these priorities. And I do want to point out there was verbiage in there. Number 10 on that slide said, implement salary schedules with a potential cost of living increase. And we maxed out that year. And so we started with a very vague in January priority, and we still landed with the full cost of living adjustment. And so I just want to be clear that if you don't hear the answer that you want tonight, it's not a no. It's just, please let me get more information. So I don't think that if you don't hear from some people, especially people who are like retired educators who are just asking for more information, or people who have dedicated their life to advocating for public schools, to just give us a couple more days to ask for more information. I just want to be clear, like, that's not a no, it's just, can we have a couple days? So, that's.
Thank you. Any other board members have comments or questions on the motion? What's the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director Simpson?
I'd like to go back to what Director Zambor, which you were saying. So one, you brought up collective bargaining with each unit. And I was wondering if there's, I don't know, like, so when you said there has to be a formal motion, is that not what Director Fonz is doing? Or, I'm not arguing, I'm just trying to.
If I recall, last year, we did a formal motion for each certified bargaining unit to give the administration, like, bargaining authority. But we did that after we saw the budget. I mean, we did that a lot later in the budget cycle. So this feels putting the cart before the horse, in my opinion. But yeah, normally there's, go ahead, Director Cassellius. Or, I'm sorry, Dr. Cassellius.
I'm glad I'm not in those seats right now. Chair Zambor and members, I was really trying to create transparency and bring the budget up earlier so that people could see the numbers. And as soon as we have them, we'll, provide them publicly. I also really have been very quite earnest with the MTA to say, yes, indeed, we want them at the table, co-creating everything within this district. And they know that. They know that I earnestly want them at the table for every single decision. And so this is the most important decision facing our teachers and our workers. And I think it's absolutely critical that they're at the table, and we will make them, make the numbers public. And so tonight, you're getting one piece of it. We were going to give you another piece on the 5th, and then we were going to come with cuts, because you would have, so we're telling you what the biggest chunk of the budget is today, being very transparent. We're going to come on the 5th and tell you what the actual full budget is and where the picture is of the forecast for the next 5 years, so that you have that picture. And then the next meeting, we wanted to come after we had some opportunity to also talk to our public about it with some hearings, come to you then with where do we see that we are going to have to make some significant cuts within the district, so then you could make your decisions, and because those are going to be really, really hard. Like, the decision we all want to make is to give everybody a raise. The harder decisions are going to be who of our colleagues can't be in the district any longer, because there's not enough contracts that, transportation sucks up so much money, nutrition takes a ton of money. There are essentials with facilities and building engineers and safeties and, our secretaries, and everybody's important. Everybody's important. And these are just going to be really, really hard decisions.
Any board members wish to make any other questions or comments? What is the pleasure? We have a
motion
second
on the
already, so
floor.
then.
Yep, we have a
okay.
motion and a second.
All right, Madam Secretary, could you reread the motion for us?
Yes, the motion is to accept the administration's report and direct the superintendent to present the board with a proposed budget that will retain the current staff and attract new staff, with a full cost of living allowed per law, salary steps for all eligible workers, no cuts to health care benefits, conduct a comprehensive full searching review of all MPS contracts to find savings, and principals will share a proposed school budget for staff and family input in March with a friendly amendment.
Before we vote, I just want to say on the record, that's a COLA for the top too. And I'm not
Call the
comfortable with
question,
that right
please.
now. Okay. Madam Secretary, call the roll.
On Director Fahn's motion to accept the administration's report and direct the superintendent to present the board with a proposed budget that will retain the current staff and attract new staff, having a full cost of living allowed per law, salary steps for all eligible workers, no cuts to health care benefits, conduct a comprehensive full searching review of all MPS contracts to find savings, and principals will share a proposed school budget for staff and family input in March. Director Ferguson.
Abstain.
Director Fahns.
Aye.
Director Herndon. Director Herndon.
I'm gonna say, yes.
Director O'Halloran.
No.
Director Reza. No? Abstain?
Abstain.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Benoit.
Aye.
And Chair Zomber.
No.
So at the moment, we do not, it is not passing. We have 4 ayes, 2 abstains, and 2 noes.
Okay. So we're back to the original item. Do board members want to make comments about other priorities they'd like to see in the budget? I do want to say I am interested in seeing a budget that addresses wage compression, prevents our lowest wage workers from falling further behind. I think a budget proposal that comes forward and continues to increase the top of the scale, I'm going to have a hard time supporting that. So I just want to say that those are priorities for me as we're looking about wage compensation. Any other? Director Simpson.
So I'm trying to not think of the past, but look at what's presented tonight. And looking at the budget priorities, I would like to see something about, attracting and retaining staff in there, because we can't say we want a teacher in front of all of our children and that that's what they deserve, but not have it as a priority.
Director Vanoy and then Director Reza.
If we're talking about priorities, I do want to say that my priorities were for the workers and for the cost of living for the bargaining units, and to bring MTA to the table. I also want to say one of my priorities is reducing class sizes across the board.
Director Reza.
I mean, it's clear that we need fair compensation through cost of living adjustments, step increases, stable and affordable healthcare, in the respect with the work that the teachers do. But I want to see the numbers. We need to see the budget as it is. And I want it to be fair, because the teachers are so much important to MPS. They are. I'm not trying to say that they shouldn't, because, my God, they deserve like 150, 180% increase. I wish we could. But we need to be fair and to making sure that we have the numbers, so they get fairly what they deserve. They really do. So that's.
I would also add, looking at staffing positions we have high vacancies in. And looking at what can we do to attract for positions where there's high vacancies specifically. And even if it's considering stipends or differentials or hard to fill areas, anything we can do.
Chair Zomber, just for clarification, members, with the staffing positions, are you saying to bring back a proposal to eliminate current vacant positions, or are you saying attract to fill those positions? And a
So
plan
like
to
food
attract?
service workers, for example, if we have a lot of I think we heard we had a lot of food service worker vacancies. So bringing a proposal forward that's really focusing on every year we have high vacancies in certain hard to fill positions, and they're usually low wage positions. And so trying to address that with this budget.
Chair Zomber, I did listen to our EAs, our CHAs, and our secretaries, and part of their challenge was the number of hours that they had. And so we do have some proposals like that the chief of HR has been working on. There is a significant cost to that as well, so I just want you to know, like, as we bring some of these attracting new teachers or stabilizing the workforce so that they can earn a living wage, know that there are costs to that. Longevity increases for people who've been with us 10, 15, 20 years, that kind of thing. There are those types of incentive and proposals, so we'll bring those forward. Just know that any of those things will come with a cost to them. So happy to do that. And this is exactly what we were hoping to get from the board, is direction of like more analysis that you want. What exactly are you looking for in terms of your priorities, so that I can bring you with the data that you need to make the decisions and prioritize the budget out. So thank you.
Thank you. Director O'Halloran.
Thank you. I just want to go back to what I had shared earlier. January 2024, you can go to the January 25th meeting, and this is how we used to do it, and we would give you, and I think probably all of these priorities still stand. And so, to be clear, to go back to Director Simpson's point, implement salary schedules with a potential cost of living increase should be on that list. I think we are making progress, and we are still interested in particular, there was something about art gym, library, and FIED. That was something that we, went to the voters on, and that's something that, they expect to see. And so I want to make sure that that is a priority for this upcoming budget. And we put in here, address deferred maintenance and future construction needs by restoring revenue to the construction fund and the long-term capital improvement trust. And so on February 5th, I believe that we'll be hearing a discussion about Fund 46. And I just want to make sure that we understand how that long-term capital improvement trust, we've heard the proposal to use it for investment in the facilities in certain schools. I think it would be interesting to have a discussion at that point also, just if you can bring that information about the deferred maintenance budget, like what that number is, so that we are understanding if we can use Fund 46 to address the deferred maintenance, and so that everybody is understanding if we do make an investment here and we're not going to use it over there, just, in the interest of transparency, every decision that you need to have a balance. That's been the process since I've been on the board. If we make an amendment to the budget, I have to tell you where to cut it from. And, I am very interested in doing a lot of things, but they do have to come from someplace.
Chair Zombor, Director O'Halloran, and members, Fund 46, just for the audience's information, is a different restricted fund for capital improvement or deferred maintenance, and for it to fix things in the buildings, like roofs or boilers and that kind of thing, or to, do investments in gyms and playgrounds and that sort of thing as well. So those dollars can't be spent on teacher salaries, right? So I just want to make sure that people understand that these are two different pots of money, and you can't take from one and put it in the other. So there are 7 different pots of dollars that Mr. Sinram shared with us earlier. But yes, we were looking at the investment strategy rather than closure of schools. And so, we can discuss that on the 5th, and Mr. Terza will bring a copy of what you've already adopted and how he was recommending to amend that line by line, so that you can see that. We've been sending it to Mr. Chasen to look after, and make sure that it is in line with what we need. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Otherwise, we have a lot of other items to get through tonight. And a lot of executive sessions, yeah. Okay, Director Herndon.
Thank you. I think you touched up on one of the things that I had marked as one of my questions for tonight, but not expecting to get into it to this degree, which is where for buildings we have already tagged things that need to do, if you will, and they may or may not be costed out in the report. For example, River Trail closing in the walls because it's open concept and not really, really good. That is a serious situation that should be addressed. How would we go about capturing the funds to make sure that something like that does occur?
Administration?
Chair Zombor, Director Herndon, that is one of the proposals in the investment in our programming. So that is one of the changes that we believe was going to help with the pathway up to Vincent as well.
For
So,
now, yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Immediate.
We were going to immediately shift over, do those bids, and start doing that work once we get board approval. But last time I was here, I heard that they want the separate votes as well for different projects. We also got a list from MTA on the 5 schools that were on the Perkins Eastman list for closure. So I asked the facilities team to cost that out. I wanted to share that with you as well, so that that's very transparent and they don't feel as though I ignored their request. And so I want to just make sure you have all of that information in front of you so that you can see what those choices are and what is before you in terms of investments within the center city schools.
Okay. All right. Madam Secretary, can we go to the next item, please?
The next item is action on the minutes of the October and November special and regular meetings of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
If there's no corrections, the minutes will be approved by consensus. Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the superintendent?
Madam President, we have one communication from the superintendent, the monthly report with possible action of the superintendent of schools. This is an informational item, and although it was noticed for possible action, no action is required.
But I think there's more, so you're going to have to go back and get it all.
Superintendent Caselius, would you like to present your superintendent's report?
One moment, please. Just need to find it.
Okay, we're just getting the slides up.
Chair Zambor, members, what I'd like to do is present just a couple of the first slides, just for order, and kind of save on the community updates, since many of you attended many of those updates with us, and given the hour and knowing that we still have a closed session, I think that I will just talk to a few of the slides right at the very beginning that I think are really important for the public, if you don't mind. Okay. Good evening, Chair Zambor, members of the board. Tonight I will be presenting my monthly report, which includes updates on critical issues, including safety, the literacy plan, finance, and more. We'll kind of cut out the more, as well as a review of our school and community engagement events over the last month. I'm sure you've all seen this, but I wanted to start by reiterating that there's no school tomorrow, Friday, January 23rd, due to cold weather. Monday is already a non-student attendance day. Exams that were on Friday will now take place on Tuesday, January 26th, and the new semester starts Wednesday, January 27th. We want to remind the community that all MPS sites are safe havens. I know these are difficult times for our community and our families. As you know, Minneapolis is my hometown. Many friends and family have been living through the chaos and dangers we have seen unfold there. This issue is deeply personal to me. Here in Milwaukee Public Schools, we welcome all families, and we are committed to protecting them. As you may know, we continue to plan, update, and refine our safe haven resolution. When we say all sites are safe havens, that means all ethnicities, all religions, all cultural backgrounds, all immigration statuses, and all sexual orientations and identities, and all means all. We do not ask students or families about immigration status, and we do not share information about immigration status. Our schools have procedures in place if immigration customs enforcement were to arrive. We would refer them to our central office and away from our schools. New multilingual posters were delivered to every MPS school in December. Our MPS safety team is regularly reviewing plans, ensuring that Safe Haven presentation on our website is up to date, and that we are sharing important updates with school leaders as we did on January 9th, 16th, and 19th. We will continue our cross-collaboration efforts with government partners for emergency response and our community partners for support. We are in continued communication with our local leaders, because no one here is going to be pushed aside. This is a safe haven of learning and a safe haven for support. I also want to share a brief update on our literacy plan. New literacy materials which are aligned to the science of reading have been launched. You may have heard us refer to the specifics of HMH Volume 3. HMH Volume 3 materials were successfully delivered to all MPS schools with grade 5 through 5 during the K5 through 5 during the week of December 15th. And into January. We also have some targeted upcoming professional learning taking place on January 26th for K5 and K8 schools, where we can help teachers make the most of these materials, and February 17th for specific grades. We are prioritizing literacy as the foundation of academic achievement, and with that, With that, want to ensure that we are providing as much high-quality support as possible for our educators and continuing our cross-team collaboration. The next slide highlights the latest state audit and funding milestone for MPS. After submitting the 2024-25 external financial audit, the Wisconsin Department of Public Education, Public Instruction, released the final $8 million in previously withheld state funding, marking the completion of our 2025 withholdings. This is the third external financial audit completed in under 13 months, reflecting sustained progress in addressing financial reporting challenges. MPS is also building stronger financial systems to ensure accurate, timely reporting going forward, which supports rebuilding trust and transparency with the community. These actions reflect a commitment to improved controls, staffing, and partnerships as the district continues to strengthen its fiscal health. I want to thank our entire finance office for their long hours, hard work to get us here. Under intense scrutiny, they rose to the occasion and showed that we can all expect great things in MPS. With that, I'm going to pause and have you read the rest of my report. So that we can move on with the meeting. But I wanted to get the safe haven out, the school closure, and the literacy report because it was required to report at every board meeting. Thank you.
Does the board wish to make any comments or ask questions on the superintendent's report? No? Okay. Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the board clerk, chief officer, Office of Board Governance?
Madam President, there are 4 communications from the Office of Board Governance. The first communication is the monthly report with possible action from the board clerk chief officer. This one, I will just say, is attached for anyone to review. And then the next one is the communication from the Office of Board Government is the monthly report on legislative activities affecting MPS. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required. And since Chris Thiel has been waiting so patiently behind, he is here.
Oh, would you please present the item? Over the mic.
Presidents, on board, members of the board, Chris Thiel, Office of Governmental Relations. Taking the lead of the superintendent here, also want to follow up on a comment that she made during the presentation about the new information that the state has a $2.37 billion balance currently. People are a little confused about how this could have happened. The state budget was passed in July. But what occurred back in May, if we recall, looking a little less than a year back, is the phenomenon of every other day we were hearing about a tariff. And people had no idea what the economic forecast was going to be. And so S&P Global, which does the forecasting for the State Legislative Fiscal Bureau and the State Budget Office, had to put forward a forecast of what revenues would look like in the state of Wisconsin in an unprecedented environment. And so they did that, and I think they probably took a conservative approach to be safe, just because we had not seen a situation like that before. And you combine that forecast with some of the analysis done by the Legislative Fiscal Bureau, and we found out a week or so ago that the state actually right now is sitting on a $2.37 billion balance. That's money that's spendable and available now. In addition, as we've talked about in the past, the state has a rainy day fund of, at this point, over $2 billion, and with interest, that's growing. So in state coffers, as we sit here today, and if you were at the school board's convention or if you've talked to any other school district in the state of Wisconsin, they're having a very similar conversation to the one that this board had this evening about a challenging fiscal situation for our school districts in an environment where the state is sitting on over $4 billion of our residents and our communities' tax dollars that are meant to go to support our schools and our students, among other things. So, agreeing with the point made with Dr. Cassellius, it makes no sense that at a minimum, the state is not keeping its promise to fund the meager 42% reimbursement rate for special education, nor did it, as Superintendent Cassellius stated, nor did the state put any general aid into our funding system, which would have both supported schools and helped property taxpayers. This is a situation entirely of the legislature's making. And if you saw comments in the newspaper the other day, there's now this discussion this kind of theoretical discussion at the state level as if our schools are not being defunded year after year after year, that maybe we can talk about tax relief if we do something about this 400-year veto thing. And that really, that 400-year veto, when you think about it, and let's be very clear, is putting a floor of $325 per pupil to our schools, which doesn't even keep up with inflation. So the debate, when you break this down, is we're not going to talk about helping our property taxpayers unless you give me the authority to give less to our schools. That's what's happening in Madison with over $4 billion of funding right now. We have long recommended, and as have other districts, a 90% reimbursement rate for special education. The governor has recommended, and did recommend in this last budget, a 60% reimbursement rate for special education. That money is there right now to do that. And when we talk about something that would have an immediate positive fiscal impact for our students, our communities, and our schools, it's funding special education and increasing that reimbursement rate, certainly at least to 42. Frankly, at this point, with this much money, it should be well above that. You can meet the 60% mark. And if that happened, school districts this year would be provided funding, and funding would be provided in the following year for the budget that you are discussing here this evening. So with that money there, with the legislative session not yet over, the state needs to move quickly to fund special education at a respectable level, not 42%. And certainly, if they want to put money into general aid, something more than zero, they have the opportunity to do that. So just want to make clear what happened that was an unusual situation, that suddenly we now have this additional surplus along with the $2 billion in the rainy day fund. Happy to answer questions if you have them.
Thank you. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Nope. Okay. Madam Secretary, what is the next communication from the Office of Board Governance? Thank you, Mr. Thiel.
The next communication is action to retire to closed session to consider an employment appeal filed in accordance with the Board Rule Appendix A, entitled here. The recommendation is that the board consider this item in closed session.
If there are no objections, I'm going to defer the item to the end of the meeting. Madam Secretary, what is the next communication from the Office of Board Governance?
The next communication is action on a request to retire to closed session to confer with legal counsel with respect to pending or probable litigation matters. The recommendation is that the board consider this item in closed session.
If there are no objections, we will defer this item to the end of the meeting. Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency?
There is one communication from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency, the monthly report with possible action on activities within the Office of Accountability and Efficiency. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will the Office of Accountability and Efficiency please present the report?
That report is before you. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, what is our next item of business?
The next item is action on reports of the independent hearing
I'm
officer.
sorry. Does anyone have questions or comments on this? I did that to you the other day. I called a recess so the audience could clear because I assumed no one was going to stay for your. I'm sorry. No comments. Okay. Madam Secretary, what is the next item of business?
The next item is action on reports of the independent hearing officers of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors, student expulsions.
The chair will entertain a motion to accept, modify, or reject the reports of the independent hearing officers of the dates and times listed in our agenda. Director O'Halloran.
I move that we approve the 5 reports of the independent hearing officers as attached.
Director Herndon.
Second.
Will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director O'Halloran's motion to approve the 5 reports of the independent hearing officers as attached, Director Ferguson? Aye. Director Fonz?
Aye.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Reza?
Aye.
Director Simpson?
Aye.
Director Vanoy?
Aye.
And Chair Zomber?
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, what is the next item of business?
I believe now.
Oh, I'm sorry. We will now have the reports of the standing committees. Since public hearing was given at the committee meetings, the board, as is customary, will not be giving public hearing on these reports this evening. Madam Secretary, what is the first report?
The first report is that of the Committee on Family and Community Engagement. No items of this report have been set aside for separate consideration.
Do any board members wish any items to be set aside? Okay. Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
The next report is the report of the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation. No items of this report have been set aside.
Do board members wish to set any items aside? Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
The next report is that of the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel. No items of this report have been set aside for separate consideration.
Do board members wish to set items aside? Okay, Madam Secretary, what is the next report?
The next report is that of the Committee on Legislation, Rules, and Policies. Item 3, work session on policy review, consideration of and possible action on Section 5,000 students has been set aside as a procedural matter.
Do any board members wish any items to be set aside? Okay. What is the next report?
The next report is that of the Committee on Strategic Planning and Budget. No items of this report have been set aside.
Do board members wish any other items to be set aside? Okay. May I please have a motion to approve the balance of the committee's reports?
So moved.
Okay. Seconded by Director Fonz. Will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director Ferguson's motion to approve the balance of the committee's reports, Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fonz.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Reza.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Vinoy.
Aye.
And Chair Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, what is the first item set aside?
The first item set aside is from the report of the Committee on Legislation, Rules, and Policies. Item 3, work session on policy review, consideration of impossible action on Section 5,000 students. Your committee's recommendations are in the attached report. The recommendation is that the committee's recommendations be held to the call of the chair.
Do board members have any questions or comments? What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director O'Halloran?
That the policies be held to the call of the chair.
Okay, do we have a second? Seconded by Director Reza. Madam Secretary, if you're ready, please call the roll.
On Director O'Halloran's motion to hold the committee's recommendations to the call of the chair, Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fonz.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Reza.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Vinoy.
Aye.
And Chair Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, are there any items of regular business?
Yes, there are 2 items of regular business. Item 1 is the reports of the board's delegates.
There are no formal reports attached to our agenda. Do any delegates wish to give a report? Director Fonz.
Real quickly, the Wisconsin Association of School Boards Convention is in town this week, holding lots of workshops, passing resolutions about things like vouchers and funding for special ed and school funding. There's a lot of networking going on. My impression of WASB has been very positive, and meeting people from all over the state, giving us a lot of support, because we hear a lot of, everybody has an opinion on MPS across the state, and people in the school board community really, they have some sympathy for us because of what a target has been on us and our students. Let's be honest, that's what it's about. A lot of people don't like our students and don't like our city. So I've found a lot of solidarity with school board members across the state, and it's been a rewarding time spending with them.
Thank you. And I was going to save this for my president's report, but I was also the delegate yesterday for the WASB Delegate Assembly, and just wanted to report back that some resolutions, actually one resolution in particular that has failed many years in the past for WASB to take a position in support of universal school meals passed. A resolution opposing decoupling passed. So it was a interesting, very interesting meeting where resolutions that had been kind of controversial in the past and didn't get enough support from school boards across the state did. So it was an honor to be a part of those votes. Okay, any other questions or comments for Director Fonz or any other delegates? Okay, Madam Secretary, what is the next item of regular business?
Item 2 is the monthly report of the President of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
The rest of my report is attached, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Madam Secretary, is there any unfinished business before the board?
We have no items of unfinished business.
Okay. Madam Secretary, is there any new business?
Madam Chair, item B of new business was considered previously. That leaves us with item A, action on a request to approve an amended 2025-2026 district-wide calendar. The recommendation is that the board approve the 2025-2026 district-wide amended calendar as attached.
Would the administration please present this item?
President Zambor and members of the board. In November 2025, the board approved district-wide calendars for FY27 and FY28, each of which includes a 5 consecutive day district-wide closure. The approved FY27 closure spans the end of June and the beginning of July. 3 of the closure days, June 26, 29, and June 30, fall at the end of this school year, FY26, while the remaining 2 days, July 1 and 2, fall at the start of the FY27 calendar. Because the closure crosses 2 fiscal years, board action is required to approve the 3 June dates on the FY26 calendar, so the full 5-day closure approves for FY27 may be implemented as intended. We are requesting board approval for the modified calendar.
Do members have comments or questions? Okay, what is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director O'Halloran?
I move approval of administration's recommendation to amend the 2025-2026 calendar as attached.
Seconded by Director Ferguson. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director O'Halloran's motion to approve the administration's recommendations to amend the 2025-2026 district-wide calendar as indicated in the attachment to the item, Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fonz.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Reza.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Vanoy.
Aye.
And Chair Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, are there any communications for referral to committee?
No, Madam President, we have no communications.
How about resolutions for referral?
We have one resolution for referral. Director Vanoy has introduced Resolution 2526R-005 on alternative education.
This will be referred to the Committee on Student Achievement and School Innovation. Madam Secretary, what is the next item on our agenda?
Madam President, we are back to the items that were previously deferred.
Would you remind us of those items, please?
Those items are action to retire to closed session to consider an employment appeal filed in accordance with Board Rule Appendix A, and action on a request to retire to closed session to confer with legal counsel with respect to pending or probable litigation matters. The recommendation is that these items be considered in closed session.
The chair will accept a motion to consider these items in closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85, parent 1, parent G, for the purpose of conferring with legal counsel for the board who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the board with respect to litigation in which it is or is likely to become involved. 19.85, parent 1, parent C, for the purpose of considering employment, promotion, compensation or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the board has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. And 19.85, parent 1, parent F, considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories or disciplinary data of specific persons, preliminary consideration of specific personnel problems, or the investigation of charges against specific persons, which, if discussed in public, would likely to have a substantial adverse effect upon the reputation of any person referred to in such histories or data, or involved in such problems or investigations. Does anyone so move? Okay. Moved by Director Ferguson, seconded by
I'll second
Director
his motion.
Seamson. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Ferguson's motion to retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85, parent 1, parent C, parent F, and parent G, Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fonz.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Reza.
Aye. Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
Director Vinoy.
Aye.
And Chair Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
The board will now retire to closed session to discuss the items read by our secretary. The board may return to open session to take actions on matters discussed in closed session. Otherwise, the board will adjourn from the closed session. Madam Secretary, please note the time.